Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
All county offices will be closed on Thursday, November 28th through Friday, November 29th in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. All county offices will reopen on Monday, December 2nd, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http:// www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, November 18, 2019. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation from Sam Faroni.
I pledge allegiance to the May God bless America. And if you could have a seat, please.
Good morning, and I'll invite you, if you would care to, bow your heads as I pray. Almighty God, we are indeed grateful for this day and for the very blessing of life that you give us. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, to participate in this meeting, to observe, to pray, to support. Thank you for our county judge, our commissioners, and all who support them. I pray your blessing over the proceedings today. I pray that there will be divine guidance. I pray that there will be an awareness of your presence, and I pray that there will be a commitment to what is right and to what is just. I pray for those who will be honored today. Particularly, I choose to pray for the Herrera family, thanking you for them, thanking you for the memory of committed service of their son, Pete. And I pray that you will continue to bless those memories of his commitment and dedication to making this world a better place. And may that be an inspiration to all of us to live our lives in such a way every day that we make the world just a little bit better because of our lives. Once again, I ask your blessing over this meeting, over all who are here, and all of the proceedings. In the name of the Lord I pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferroni. Well, welcome to our new and improved facility here. Very proud of what's happened, and we're back after about a month and a half. But I want to thank you, as always, for being involved in our local government. We're going to have some incredible resolutions today, and I would just ask you, if you're part of the resolution, if you would just wait to hear all the resolutions, and then, of course, you're free to leave. So thank you. Hope you have a wonderful week and a very blessed week. Thank you. Jessica?
Thank you, Judge. Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4U. For item number 4I, we would request for this item to be deleted. Item 4I reads, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the agreement between the County of El Paso and SHI Government Solutions. Funding is available in general funds, ITD, maintenance repair software. Contract number 2019-0846. Are there any other items that the members of the court or public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Commissioners?
Items P and Q, please.
Any other items?
No.
Motion to approve the rest of them?
Second?
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the life and service of Deputy Peter Herrera in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, and all of you that are listening today. Forgive me, I've got a little bit of a sore throat. We do have a lot of people here for this resolution, and we would be honored if we could have Mr. and Mrs. Herrera, Ashley Herrera, also join us at the podium while I read the resolution. Then you will get the floor to be able to speak a few words, but please join us.
Thank you.
I read many resolutions in the past, but this is very dear to my heart, just as it is to the rest of the court and all that are behind you. Whereas Deputy Sheriff Peter John Herrera was born on December 12, 1983, graduated from Del Valle High School, and honorably served the El Paso County Sheriff's Office for 11 years, 6 as a detention officer and 5 as a deputy sheriff. And whereas Deputy Herrera, at 35 years of age, succumbed to wounds sustained during a traffic stop in San Elizario, Texas, on Friday, March 22nd, 2019. And whereas after 2 days of fighting for his life, Deputy Herrera went home to to be with the Lord on Sunday, March 24th, 2019. And whereas Deputy Herrera made the ultimate sacrifice serving his beloved community of El Paso. Whereas his family, friends, fellow brothers and sisters in uniform lost a husband, a father, a son, a brother, a loyal friend, and El Paso County lost a trusted guardian. And whereas Bible verse Matthew 5.9 states, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God." Now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby recognize and celebrate the life of Deputy Peter John Herrera, badge number 4928, signed this 18th day of November 2019 by the honorable members of Commissioners Court.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Herrera, the podium is yours.
County Judge, Commissioners, we are honored and we thank you for this proclamation. They say everyone must leave something behind when he dies, something touched so that your soul has somewhere to go. And it doesn't matter what you did as long as you changed something from the way it was before you touched it into something that is like you after you take your hands away from it. The spirit of our son, Sheriff Deputy Peter John Herrera, will always be there. In his legacy will be remembered a lifetime. I thank you all, and we are honored.
Thank you. Ashley, Mrs.
Ashley,
Lee.
Mr. Herrera.
Thank you, everyone. Everyone has been so caring for our family and continue, and much appreciated from everyone. Thank you.
Now, as you know, this was there's many reasons why El Paso is so safe. And as you know, as we sat down and had coffee some weeks back, that's one of the prices that we pay that is so dear to us. And people around the country realize what El Paso means to the rest of the country, to the state. I know that the sheriff is here, and if is he here?
Sheriff Wiles?
Yeah.
Yes.
I know he might be. And State Representative Art Fierro also has a proclamation. And we have the president of the Sheriff's Association. Also, to show the unity, we also have the president of the El Paso Municipal Police Officers Association, Mr. Short. So, Sheriff, the podium is yours.
Well, good morning, Judge, Commissioners, Richard Wiles, El Paso County Sheriff. I just want you to know that Deputy Herrera is with us every day. He's on the minds and in the hearts of every employee in the sheriff's office that puts on that uniform and goes out to continue doing the work that he did to keep El Paso safe. And he's also on the minds and in the hearts of the citizens of this community that appreciate the work that he did and that is done every day by law enforcement in this county. And I really want to thank you all for taking the time to honor his memory, and especially Commissioner Leon and Mayela Mejia for the work that you have done to help ensure that that memory never fades. And I assume you're going to be talking about that in a little while as far as the annex and what's going on out there and when that's going to occur. So thank you so much for doing this today and for having us all here. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Wells. Commissioner Leon?
Representative Fierro.
Thank you all very much for allowing me to be here today and help honor the Herrera family. During the 86th session, we introduced House Resolution 1548, which passed unanimously, and it was to honor Deputy Herrera. I'm here to present it to the Herrera family, along with a flag that flew over the Capitol. And please accept my condolences, and thank you for your strength, and thank you for everything you do for our community.
Okay.
Yes,
Mr.
Pete
Ferroni?
Ferroni?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioner Leon, thank you for taking the time to prepare this resolution. And to all the court, thank you for taking the time to honor Pete. We really appreciate it on behalf of the Sheriff's Association. And to the family, we will never stop honoring Pete. We will never forget about him. And you will always be a part of our family. And we love you. And so thank you to everybody.
Pete, thank you. Before I forget, I want to make sure that I invite everybody this Wednesday at 10 a.m., 190 San Elizario Road. We'll be unveiling something very special to us, and I'm sure to the family of Deputy Herrera. It'll be 10 a.m. This Wednesday at 190 San Elizario Road. But we also, Judge and Commissioners, if you don't mind, moving forward, I'd like to make some presentations to the family on behalf of the court.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I just say a few
no,
words and then we'll?
absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I was honored to have met this incredible family. Their ability and, just their faith and their courage has been such a great role model. But I just want to emphasize that, we come together as a community when something like this happens. But if you know about Pete Herrera and how they loved him and how the law enforcement and how they all came together, it was very special to me to see the Sheriff's Department, Pete, with you as a representative, but all the different agencies that came together. And, in the midst of this incredible tragedy, we continue to see this amazing community step up and try to help in this healing process. So obviously, we hope that in some way these recognitions are part of the healing process and sort of a reward for that faith and courage that you have displayed to all of us. So I thank you for that. I thank you for your ongoing friendship that we have, that has evolved because of a relationship. So I thank you so much for being here today. And like I said, hopefully it'll be part of that healing process. Thank you.
Yeah, well, if you don't mind. No, I got it. Okay, good. Thank you.
Item 5B, approve and adopt a resolution declaring the month of November 2019 as National Adoption Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I've got 3 resolutions today, so please bear with me. I know that we have some folks from for this resolution. If you're here, could you please join us? Good morning. I'll read the resolution, then we'll vote on it, then the podium will be yours. Whereas the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services currently has 81 children from the El Paso area in state care who are awaiting adoption and a forever family. And whereas the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services has 15 children, 1 through 16 years of age, in El Paso area who will be adopted by 11 forever families on National Adoption Day, Saturday, November 23rd, 2019. Children in El Paso and the El Paso area were adopted from DFPS in fiscal year 2019. And whereas the children in our community are precious to each of us and represent our greatest hope for the future, and whereas we strive as a community to find nurturing, safe, and stable environments for all children so they can grow up to enjoy the benefits of a healthy and productive life. And whereas caring for and raising these children has proven to be one of the most rewarding experiences for many adoptive parents. And whereas in observing National Adoption Month, we also recognize the valuable contributions of adoptive parents who continually strive to improve the quality of life for the children they share their homes with and their hearts. And whereas we gather together as a family, community, county, state, and nation to celebrate and honor adoptive families and to participate in finding permanent, loving, and forever families for all waiting children. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of El Paso County, Texas formally designates the month of November 2019 as Adoption Month, signed this 18th day of November 2019 by the honorable members of Commissioners Court.
Second?
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Sonia Avila, and I'm with Child Protective Services. Just want to thank you once again for your continuous support to National Adoption Month and National Adoption Day. A very important month for our children in this community. I want to keep it short. We have other representatives
right
here.
ahead.
But again, thank you so much, Commissioner Leon. Thank you for Mayela for always responding to our requests. You are a big blessing to children in the welfare system, and our families in the community. Thank you.
Judge?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Yaralisa Gutierrez, and I am the judge of the 65th District Court. And I just want to talk just a little bit about Adoption Day and the great job that the community does here with your help. On Saturday, we will be having National Adoption Day at the 65th District Court, and as the proclamation indicates, we do have 11 families that are adopting 15 children. And it's going to be a huge celebration. Our theme this year is Princess. It's a princess theme. So everyone's going to be dressed up in a princess theme or in a prince. And CPS does a humongous, just great job of decorating the 11th floor. From what I understand, is they're going to make the entrance to the 65th District Court a castle, so that the children can go in through there. I will be dressed as I was told to be a princess, so I'm going to be a queen. But everyone's going to be dressed up. And it's a wonderful event because the community really does come together. The El Paso Women's Bar Association donates gifts for each child that is going to be adopted. In addition, each family gets a $50 gift card from a grocery store to help them with their Thanksgiving expenses, because a lot of these adoptive parents are grandparents. They're ninas and ninos and tias and tios, and so everybody needs a little bit of help, and so they do that. CASA provides picture frames, because we also, CPS has a photographer that comes every year, and they take that family's first portrait. And so CASA donates the frames where the portrait will go. My gift to them is I make those portraits into Christmas cards so that they can give to their family members as a new family. So it really is a beautiful event. And I know we've sent you all invitations, and I really do hope you will take us up on that and come and just see how joyful and it's just a beautiful event. It's one of the rare times that a judge likes being a judge, because everybody's happy. Everybody's happy. So, and with that, I don't know if you wanted to, Ms.
Yeah, please.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Sylvia Pitcher, and I just wanted to add, we here in El Paso are very, very excited about our 15 children that are getting adopted. We also have 81 children in El Paso who still are looking for forever homes. So this is a thing, a need that we work on all year round, because we want to assure that our children here in our community are finding those forever homes. Thank you.
No?
Thank you so much for your support.
No, Judge, thank you so much for what you do, and of course, all of you, what a joyful event, and another indication of how our community keeps moving forward and doing the right thing. So thank you for all that you do. Really appreciate that.
Round of applause, please. No, not that one.
Oh, this one. Okay.
Which one? This one right here.
This one?
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Item 5C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the month of November as DWI Drug Court Program 15th year anniversary in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner
Again,
Leon.
good morning. This is, I promise this is my last resolution. And I know we have some folks from the DWI court. Are you here? No? No? I thought I had seen Judge Anchondo. But nevertheless, it gives me a great honor to be able to read this into the record. Whereas this year marks the 15th anniversary of the DWI Court Intervention and Treatment Program, and whereas there are more than 800 DWI courts nationwide, and whereas DWI courts have served thousands of people, and whereas they are recognized as the most successful justice system intervention in our nation's history, and whereas treatment courts facilitate community-wide partnerships bringing together public safety and public health professionals, and whereas treatment courts demonstrate that when one person rises out of substance abuse and crime, we all rise. El Paso County DWI Drug Court Program is dedicated to reduce DWI offenses in our community by offering intervention, treatment, and structure to individuals and their families. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of El Paso County, Texas, formally designates the month of November to mark the dedication and diligent work of the DWI Drug Court Intervention and Treatment Program by celebrating its 15th anniversary. Signed this 18th day of November 2019 by the honorable members of Commissioners Court.
Second?
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Well, I would like to make, I'm surprised Judge Anchono's not here, but he has done such an amazing job. If you ever feel like you want to understand whether or not people can actually change, and you go to their graduation and see the amazing of bringing the families together. They've lost, when they get involved in DWI, and it's the third and fourth, and they lose a son to everything but to the family. And when you see them reuniting at the graduation and the success of each one of the graduates, it's just something unbelievable. It just pulls at your heart. And so I really want to thank Judge Anchondo and his team for everything that they do. I think they've graduated well, they're here today. Okay.
Hi, good morning. Sorry
Okay.
for being late.
Okay.
I'm the program coordinator for the DWI Drug Court program. Judge Anchondo is on his way, but here present, I do have one of our past graduates that would like to share something with you all.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So happy to be here today. I have an opportunity to come and share my testimony of how the program has blessed me and my family, and hopefully I've been able to pass it on in the community how grateful I am. I was accepted in this program back in it was 2012. After going through several issues, one of them including divorce, CPS taking away my children, also a few charges of theft, a few charges of possession of cocaine, and about 3 DWIs, one of them with my children. So I definitely came into this program as a broken in pieces, very tiny pieces. I didn't know what to expect. I know that the judge back then, the one that had all my cases, according to my attorney, said, Mr. Montoya, how can any judge believe that you're going to make any changes? Because every time you get out of jail, you go back, pick up a couple more charges, and here we are again with on the same ride, and it's going to be really hard to find you freedom. So my attorney said we're looking at that possibility of 15 years. Somewhere around there could be the max, but he said that there's this program, the DWI Drug Court program. And I didn't hesitate. I said, all right, where do I have to sign? That sounds like a good deal to me. I was very excited. I didn't really know how strict the program was. I didn't know anything about treatment, about recovery, about rules, following the rules and structure and discipline. But by the grace of God, this program showed me all these wonderful things. Back then, the program was, the length of the program was 4 phases, now it's 5 phases. But I started kicking and screaming. I was always trying to get away with my own, trying to bend the rules a little bit. And I continued to get caught. It was an eye-opener for me, because I know that I was asking Heavenly Father for help. I just didn't know that the help that he was sending me was going to require a lot of my commitment and a lot of effort. I thought it was just going to be, some angels coming and helping me to change my life, but it took a lot of work and a lot of people to help me make these changes. So as I started with the program, I saw that the Department of CPS and the Department of the DWI Drug Court program, the team, they were working together, and it was getting very close for me to receive my children. It was close to December of 2012 when they said, Mr. Montoya, all we need to do is just get a follicle test, and you're going to be able to get your children back. Everything's going well. And unfortunately, I didn't pass that test. I had already relapsed before as well. So I had already made a few mistakes in the program, and then there was this last one, a relapse that I had that was caught towards the end before I got my children back. which it was truly a blessing because obviously I was not ready to get my children back, even though I was very excited to be with them during the Christmas season. But the judge didn't give up on me. He did send me to inpatient treatment, to the inpatient treatment with Aliviane over there in Socorro. And that's exactly what I needed. During those 3 months, I met a wonderful counselor that helped me to break through that barrier of taking away my mask, of trying to please somebody else and trying to fake it to make it and actually be honest with myself. I came back to the program, I started working the program again, and finally I graduated. Now, by the time I graduated, I was offered the opportunity by the judge to start my own business because nobody wanted to hire me, so I started my own business. 2 years later, I filed a plea to get my children back, and I have custody of my children. I did meet the love of my life. I got remarried. I have a little girl, Maggie. And not only that, now in the present day, I have an opportunity to help and participate with the judge and other participants in the program, providing peer support services. So life is really good now. Life has changed. I'm very grateful with El Paso. I was not born here in El Paso, but this is where I was able to discover my recovery, and I plan to stay here to continue to help. And that's part of my testimony. Yeah. I'm grateful to be here. Thank you so much.
Mr. Montoya, thank you for your courageous testimony. Judge Anchondo, would you come up and... I already bragged a little bit about you, but you can continue. Thank you, Judge Anchondo.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you for giving us this opportunity to be here with you. It almost seems like yesterday, 15 years ago, we started a program to benefit individuals like Mr. Montoya and many others who have graduated. We've been very fortunate to have graduated and helped not only persons that were accused, but their families, and I think our number is about over 525 individuals. But I really want to thank El Paso, the community of El Paso, for allowing us to continue to take a different course in how we address this population. And so we've been very fortunate to receive those kind of recognitions. But more so, it's a team that has been able to help the court be able to revitalize individuals like Mr. Montoya and others. He's a prime example of many others that because of a program that has helped them, and we got a lot of people behind the individual, that is exactly what the person becomes. A law-abiding citizen, responsible, accountable, living a wonderful life. And that's what this program allows people to do, is make those changes. So we're happy to celebrate with you. We appreciate the resolution and your recognition and your support that you've given us over the years. But again, I want to state that this court can't do this alone. So I also commend and appreciate the hard work of many individuals, partners, stakeholders that allow us to make a difference in our community for these individuals. So thank you so much for your support as well.
Well, I've had a lot of communication with Judge Anchondo and his passion to know that he's keeping someone out of the street that could be dangerous, and not only that, obviously, but the family and bringing them together. Like I said, if you ever want to find out if people can change, this is a place to go. It's an amazing process. They come in, fighting the system every single minute, and they don't give up. Judge Anchondo and his team don't give up. And at the end, you have what Mr. Montoya is now, the fruit of all the work that is being done. And Mr. Montoya, you've been a great example, and thank you for continue the role modeling for others, and also for coming back and being a peer counselor for them. Thank you so much. Judge Anchondo, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
May I be excused?
Thank you.
Item number 5D, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce for their many successes this past year and recognizing November 12th as Minority Enterprise Day.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I have the honor of reading this resolution. We have a number of folks here with the Hispanic Chamber, including Mr. Cueto, the board chair, and of course, Ms. Cindy Ramos Davidson, who I guess runs things over there, huh? La mera mera. Thank you all very much for allowing me to bring this resolution forth. Whereas the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and the County of El Paso recognize the many outstanding accomplishments and contributions our small minority, women, and veteran-owned businesses make each day to our local, state, and national economy. And whereas the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce has remained dedicated to being the preeminent resource and advocate for these businesses in the El Paso region for the past 29 years. And through the Women's Business Border Center, the El Paso MBDA Business Center, and the Minority Women's Enterprise Diversity Center has helped connect businesses with $743.9 million in financing and $1.6 billion in contracts, help businesses create and retain over 44,000 jobs, and has had an economic impact in the El Paso community of $1.2 billion. And whereas the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce was recently recognized by the Texas Association of Mexican American Chambers of Commerce and the United States Hispanic Chamber of Commerce as the 2019 Large Chamber of the Year at the state and national level. And whereas several El Paso businesses were also recognized by the Texas Association of Mexican American Chambers of Commerce for their success, including Edgar Montiel, president of Palo Verde Homes, as Businessman of the Year, Monica Moreno as Businesswoman of the Year, and Vaughn Washington, president of IDA Technology, as Corporate Hispanic Business Advocate of the Year. And whereas the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce has also recently recognized as the 2019 Minority Advocate of the Year by the U.S. Department of Commerce, Minority Business Development Agency, along with Renard Johnson, president of METI, who was named the 2019 Ronald J. Brown Minority-Owned Business of the Year. And whereas the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce recently celebrated accomplishments and the accomplishment of all of El Paso's small minority, women, and veteran-owned businesses at their 29th annual Fiesta celebration, now therefore be it resolved by El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that Tuesday, November 12th be known as Minority Enterprise Day, creating wealth in the U.S. economy. The day to recognize the contributions of the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and our community's small minority, women, and veteran-owned businesses. Signed this 18th day of November 2019, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. We are truly blessed to be serving small minority and women-owned businesses in our community, but we couldn't do our job without you all doing your job, and we thank you for that leadership. With me today, I have our Chairman of the Board, Dan Cueto, who is here. I also have a couple of members of our board, Janet Aguilar. I also have Monica Moreno, who was mentioned in the proclamation as the Texas Woman Business of the Year. Some of the other honorees are on travel and doing their business, so they were not allowed to come with us. Also standing with me are some of our team members in our office. Yes, I do have one gentleman. Most of them are women, but I do have one. The others are back at the office making things happen. I just wanted to thank you for giving us the opportunity, but I also wanted to say thank you very much to the family of Mr. Herrera, because El Paso is a safe community. Without them, our businesses wouldn't be able to do what they did. And so God bless you and your family. We are very much appreciative of this opportunity to share with you our wonderful work, but it's not a job to us, it's our life's passion. And we celebrate our 30th year anniversary for the Chamber next year. And so look for more things to come. We had a trifecta this year, so maybe it'll be that again. But thank you all so much for everything.
Cindy, Janet, and the board and the whole team, every time I think you've got it, then the following year, something else comes up. And so very proud of the friendship that we have. Everybody's going like sharing who's supposed to get all of you at the same time. But I mean, the Hispanic Chamber has been such a force for small businesses and for people, for training, for education, for, intervening in some of the things that need to happen when you feel all alone and you're starting your business and you don't know where to look for, and then the Hispanic Chamber comes in. So I want to thank you for that. As we all know, that the small businesses comprises our economy. I mean, they are such a force of what we have in economic development. And so I thank you not only for your friendship, but for everything that you do. And if you had gone to the fiesta, nobody can be as productive and as fiesta as the Hispanic Chamber. But that was an amazing event. I mean, everything, every detail was taken care of. And having Mr. Machete, right, he did a great job and told a beautiful story of, in essence, he never got something unless he was helping somebody. So every time he was helping somebody, he had the opportunity to have a success for himself. And I see that it's what happens with the Hispanic Chamber. As they're helping others and getting them to do great things, they as a chamber get recognized and become that sort of the legend that they've been for such a long time. So thank you very much for everything that you do for small businesses and for the community in general. Thank you.
Item 5E, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the United States Marine Corps Reserve Toys for Tots program and their mission to collect new toys every holiday season to distribute to disadvantaged children throughout the nation.
Okay, I get a turn now, and it's my honor to do the resolution. Whereas Christmas is a time of joy, happiness, and goodwill, it is a time of giving and helping those who are less fortunate than ourselves. Whereas for over half a century, one organization, the United States Marine Corps, has made in their mission to be a leader in looking after America's economically disadvantaged children during Christmas. And whereas the Marine Toys for Tots Foundation, a non-for-profit charity, is the authorized fundraising and support organization for the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve Toys for Tots programs. And whereas the goal of the Toys for Tots program is to collect new, unwrapped toys during the holiday season of each year and distribute those toys as Christmas gifts to children in the community in which the campaign is conducted. And whereas in 2018, the El Paso Toys for Tots program assisted with the distribution of 20,501 toys to some very excited children. Whereas while the Marine Corps Reserve units organize, coordinate, and manage the program, the ultimate success depends on the support of the local community and the generosity of the people who donate toys. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court recognizes the United States Marine Corps for their service to our nation and for the impact they have in the El Paso community through the Toys for Tots program. Thank you. Signed this 18th day of November, 2019.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners,
morning.
ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United States Marine Corps Courthouse program, I'd like to thank you and your support helping us help the less fortunate children of El Paso. Every toy donated stays in El Paso County. Last year, like you said, sir, we donated over 20,000 toys to over 8,000 kids of El Paso, and we look forward to doing that again this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to say thank you, like you said. Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, no, thank you. And, you know, somebody said that after a while, community gets charity fatigue. I don't see it. I don't see it. Every time people, the community, as you saw today. And one of the great reasons for you guys to be here on Monday, because look at all these beautiful stories. I bet you it's going to make your life a lot better for being here on a Monday morning at Commissioner's Court. I'm always promoting that we have more people here. So, but thank you very much. I really appreciate what you're doing, and you can imagine all the children and how they're going to feel. So thank you, the community. Please, you know, rally around this program. Let other people know about it. There's so many ways that you, from volunteering to giving the toys. So thank you very much, and thank you for the Marines that you are, and for what you do for our nation and for our community. Thank you very much. Thank you. And of course, those of you that have been here for the resolution, you're welcome, unless you want to stay for the financial analysis that's coming up. No, thank you very much for being here today. Bye-bye.
Take them with you. We'll get 'em.
Ashley, thank you. See you Wednesday.
At the request of the judge, we'd like to go ahead and move into item number 13. Approve and authorize the acceptance of donations for the Marine Corps Reserve Toys for Tots program until the campaign ends December 22nd, 2019. Further, authorize the placement of collection bins on the first and third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse in order to collect the toys.
Just need a motion to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
The motion carries.
Thank you.
We'd now like to go ahead and move to item number 21, under purchasing. Approve the award of RFP 19024, Management of the Rural Transit Fixed Route Commuter Bus Program for the Planning and Development Department to First Transit, Inc. of Cincinnati, Ohio. Purchasing approved recommendation on November 5th, 2019. Funding is available in SG Rule F-18 operating expense and SG Rule 19 operating.
Good morning, Deborah Correjo, County Purchasing Agent. In this case, an RFP was held for management of the Rural Transit Fixed Route Commuter Bus Program. 17 vendors were notified. We had 2 very solid responses, and that, if you're going to have responses, having them be competitive is one of the best situations you can be in. In this case, the county needed organizational experience in providing and implementing services. It needed an element of innovation, experience, capability assigned to the project. pricing of proposals, safety record, and of course, all the other things as listed in the communication. In this case, we're requesting award to the highest scoring vendor, which was, I'm so sorry, First Transit of Cincinnati, Ohio. And I'm happy to take questions if you have any.
I think there were some people here to speak on this, this item.
We do have one member from the public signed up to speak, Mr. Javier Bañales.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Javier Bañales. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Project Amistad. Our Chief Operating Officer for our transportation programs is distributing the annual report as well as a brochure about our agency. Your Honor and members of Commissioners Court, we're here today regarding item 21 as it's being awarded to the Rural Transit Fixed Route Commuter Bus Program to First Transit. Rather, we're asking the court to consider awarding the contract to Project Amistad, a 501c3 not-for-profit agency. As a non-for-profit agency, we have a number of individuals in our board of directors. In fact, we have 3 members of our board of directors here today, and I'd like to recognize Mr. Dan Olivas. He's the former president of the El Paso Realtors Association, Dan. Ms. Debbie Tellez, who is a community volunteer, as
Welcome.
well as Ms. Keta Fierro, who is also a member of the community, a community volunteer. With us today are also some of the management staff of Project Amistad. As I mentioned, Rosario Fernandez is the Chief Operating Officer for our transportation programs. The Chief Operating Officer for our social service programs is Andrea Ramirez. And we have several other members of the management staff. I'd like to ask everybody else from our staff to please stand. Thank you.
Thank you for
I see
being
our
here.
Chief Financial Officer, Jerry Blanco, Dalia de los Santos. She's our Human Resource Director. She's also the past chair of the El Paso Civil Service Commission. And as I mentioned, other members of our management staff within the agency. We wanted to share information about the proposal that has been submitted and also the response. And first, I would like to compliment the work done by the County Purchasing Department because they have a very difficult task before them. As was reported, they sent out 17 requests for proposals. 2 were responded. But many times there are many other proposals that they're doing during the year. They analyze the needs of the county. They release their request for proposal, and then they wait for responses to questions that the respondents are going to have about the specific proposal. They have to analyze all those questions and then get back to the vendors and with the answer. And then they make a recommendation to the court based on the information that they have received. And so it is a recommendation that comes before the court. But it is the court that makes the decision and can use other factors and is often more aware of the impact of decisions based on added values, corporate social responsibilities, how the award recipient can leverage the award and generate additional revenue for the County of El Paso, and the impact that the award will have to the county and to the people of El Paso. And that's why we came before you. And I would like to ask the court's indulgence because the presentation is going to go a little bit longer than 5 minutes. I hope that that's fine, but we have a number of important information to share with you. As I mentioned, Amistad is a 501c3 established in 1976. We have a long-standing record of a relationship with the County of El Paso. Our El Paso County Guardianship Indigent Program has been operated by our agency since the early 1990s continuously. In fact, we're getting ready to renew the contract again. It'll go into about its 25th to 30th year of us providing services for the county. We work very closely with Probate Court Judge Patricia Chu, Probate Court Judge Eduardo Gamboa. They're the ones that have hearings and determine that the individuals are incapacitated and they cannot function on their own, so they assign us, Amistad, as the guardian of last resort for this individual. Right now, we have approximately 300 wards of the county for whom we are responsible for. We have to ensure that they have shelter, food, transportation, medical needs, that all these are met, and in general, that they have a dignified and meaningful life. We also operated the El Paso County Rural Transit Fixed Route Commuter Bus Program, same program that's before you, for approximately 15 years until 2014. I'll come back to that, to the rural transit program shortly. But I also wanted to mention that with the El Paso County, we also have a program that was just recently awarded to us. It's called the Supervised Visitation and Exchange Program. This is a newly awarded contract. We provide a safe and secure supervised location for families going through a separation. But there are children involved, and they need the presence of both parents. The non-custodial parent has an opportunity to come to our facility and have quality time with his or her child. This new program has received very favorable comments from county personnel who monitor and work with us on this program. Some years ago, about 7 years ago, the El Paso County Nutrition Program, this was about 7 years ago, because they came to us because the county had eliminated the transportation program, the vans that the county used to have to transport seniors and elderly persons to the various community centers throughout the county. Funding was being reduced and the transportation vans were done away with. But we were approached to see if we could support providing transportation to the individuals that would no longer be able to be transported by county vehicles. We met with the county nutrition program, and we were able to incorporate a number of the seniors into our own delivery of services programs funded by other funds without having a negative impact on the individuals that we were transporting through our other programs.
Mr. Bañuelos, just a second. Christina, what flexibility do we have on the 5-minute rule?
That is the Commissioners Court policy, and so if you wish to indulge more time, you certainly can. It's at your discretion. You've set that policy, though, so.
Is it the favor of the commissioners that we can provide them more time on this topic? Pardon?
How much more time?
Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So working with county personnel, we were able to, I'll speak a lot faster. We were able to incorporate a number of the senior citizens, and we were able to transport them. The county did reimburse us for a small amount, but we bore the brunt of the transportation services to the senior citizens that were not receiving the transportation. For over 20 years, Amistad has provided a non-emergency medical transportation to Medicaid-eligible persons. Over the years, the service area has increased from serving only the El Paso County to serving the other 5 counties east of us. And today, we provide services 23 counties, all the way from La Mesa, which is in the southern part of the Texas Panhandle, the greater Midland, Odessa area, and all of the Big Bend area. This is a contract awarded by the Texas Health and Human Services Commission. In 2014, we were selected as the best performing managed transportation organization in the state of Texas. As with the county, we have a good, strong relationship with the city of El Paso. And I just wanted to mention a little bit about this because last year we were approached by the city personnel and asked if we could fill a gap that had developed in providing transportation through Sun Metro. Amistad was asked to implement a route from Northeast El Paso going over Trans Mountain and into the West El Paso at the Sun Metro transfer station right behind Walmart and Home Depot. With only a 3-day notice, we were able to activate that service for the city, and we continue to do that right now. And the contract that we received from the city is for another year. For over 30 years, Amistad has transported older adults referred to us also by the Area Agency on Aging, a program of the Council of Governments. Their funding comes through the Older Americans Act that was passed in the 1960s as part of the War on Poverty. I mentioned earlier that we had operated the County Rural Transit Program, and so we'd like to share a little bit of information that I'm sure is not known by a lot of the individuals here because this is 5, 10, 15 years ago. And we can have the first map, please, slide.
As you can see, good morning. As you can see by this slide, these are the various transportation services that we've provided to the El Paso County. And just to highlight on a few, the non-emergency medical transportation that we currently provide, we now provide services in 23 counties. Susan G. Komen for the Cure, this was a program that we transported women who were undergoing breast cancer treatment. And we also operated the El Paso County Rural Transit, the El Paso County Nutrition Program, the Housing Authority of the City of El Paso, and other various projects or programs that you can see from this slide. Just this year, as stated in our annual report, and if this is the smaller where it says Amistad 2018, on the transportation tab, you'll see that the total transportation, total persons transported in fiscal year 19 was 317,645 individuals, where we transporting them from point A to point B. This is a map of the El Paso County Rural Transit. And if you can see from where it starts, the number 1 to the number 2 to the number 3, that was currently the route at that time when our agency was operating this service. Individuals were left at 1, but they had to cross 1.5 miles to get to the transfers for the Sun Metro Transfer Center. We asked the county to extend the service 1.5 miles. There was no sidewalk. The Mesa is a fast street. The weather in dark, considering the different times of the day. And when we approached them, the response was no, because there was no funding availability. Our agency went to TxDOT, and we showed the need, that there was a need for us to continue providing that service to the Sun Metro transfer, because we identified that there was a gap. We learned through the involvement with TxDOT, and were able to leverage due to the managing of the contract. TxDOT approved the funding, and we were able to provide 50% match for about a 3-year period. After the 3-year funding, eventually the county incorporated that 1.5 miles into their budget. As you can see from this next slide, job access reverse commute, the dotted lines represent the El Paso County Transit. And if you can see from the various lines, the blue lines, the green, the yellow, these are all different programs that we provided. We obtained funding through TxDOT to be able to provide those low-income families in the different areas of the county of El Paso. For our New Freedom program, which is the next slide, this program was designed to provide transportation to persons with disabilities, and as you can see, we also fill different gaps in service, providing demand response transportation services in the Montana Vista, Socorro, Horizon area, San Elizario. These are the various transportation services that we were able to offer through funding opportunities through TxDOT. And this is the map of the El Paso urbanized area. And this just shows that we're in line, the transportation services that we provide are in line with the Metropolitan Planning Organization. As you can see, we provide the same services as required by the Metropolitan Planning Organization. And not only that, but we have provided transportation services in Sunland Park and Chaparral, New Mexico, as specified in this map.
At Project Amistad, we place a heavy emphasis in corporate social responsibilities, and I wanted to share a few examples. Some years ago, there was flooding in the Upper Valley area, Canutillo area specifically, and there were some neighborhoods that were impassable because of the flooding. This is something that you all are familiar with when the arroyos overflood. Our agency became involved and provided transportation services to the neighborhood that was inaccessible because of flooding. We took them shopping, and we even took some of the children to school for a few days until the flooding could subside and the mud could be removed from the roads. We did that without being reimbursed by anybody. We did that as part of the corporate social responsibility that we feel we have for the county of El Paso. In 2011, the canal breach that flooded a neighborhood around Delta, the Little Flower Street, the Little Flower Church that used to be there, caused the city of El Paso to mandate that the neighborhood be evacuated because of the flooding. Our agency was there. We transported some of the residents from that neighborhood to motels where they were going to be staying for 3, 4, 5 days. We then transported them on set schedules from the motels to Abundant Living Faith Center where they received meals because they didn't have any place to cook. They also received basic necessities such as t-shirts, underwear, socks, because when they left their neighborhood, all they had was what they were wearing. So we transported them to the church, and then from there we transported them to Walmart, where they had received a $60 or $70 gift card that they used to buy additional items, food, baby products. And so we provided that service. We didn't receive any kind of reimbursement. We provided it because we felt it was part of our corporate social responsibility to come to the aid of this community. You all are familiar with the refugee situation that just occurred here recently. Our agency provided transportation, taking the refugees from the motels to either to the bus station or to the airport. And we were not expecting any kind of reimbursement when we did this because we felt it's part of our corporate responsibility. I'm sure you remember Katrina, when New Orleans was flooded completely, and buses, planes were flying in here at about 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, bringing evacuees to El Paso. They were transported from the airport to the Civic Center. Our buses were there, helping to transport the elderly persons that have mobility devices, because all our vehicles are equipped with a lift. We transported them to the Civic Center, participated in processing them. That's where they ate. And then eventually, we transported some of them to temporary living quarters, like motels where they're going to be staying. Some of our social service programs were activated as well by providing social services to them after they were here for about a month. And then we relocated them to connect with their family in other parts of the state of Texas. And again, we did not get any reimbursement for that. It was part of our corporate social responsibility. In 2006, the County of El Paso, Amistad, and the Area Agency on Aging became the founding members of the West Texas Regional Transportation Coordinating Committee. This is a regional planning concept that exists actually nationwide because it was mandated through national legislation and an act of Congress. The county was the lead and fiscal agent until 2016, when the county chose not to continue as the lead agency or fiscal agent. We then applied to TxDOT to become the lead and fiscal agent, and the request was approved because somebody had to do it. Somebody had to step up to the plate and assume the responsibility as the lead agency and the fiscal agent for this program. And just recently, we completed a very successful transit services conference here in El Paso that brought social service agencies as well as transportation providers together to hear about discussions regarding transportations. And Commissioner Perez, thank you very much for participating and providing the welcoming comments that you did. I just want to mention a few other things regarding community involvement by our agency. I just mentioned with the West Texas Regional Transportation Coordinating Committee. Groups that are participating in that include the town of Vinton, Socorro. The city of El Paso participates in that, Emergency Health Network, and the Area Agency on Aging, and others. El Paso County Emergency Food and Shelter Board. This is a board of directors that we have been involved in for the last 12 to 14 years. In fact, I was the chair of the board of directors for 3 years. The Aging Disability Transportation Resource Center is another one of our agencies that has wide reach throughout the community. Members of that advisory committee include the city's 211, Adult Protective Services, Emergency Health Network, and the Medicaid Eligibility Program. We're also members of BOED, volunteer organizations active in disasters. We're come together when there's an emergency and there's a need to provide some kind of need within the community. There too, I was the chair of that board of directors for about a 3-year period. Just recently, I was appointed to a 2-year term on the Texas Medicaid Managed Care Advisory Committee. And through that membership, I'll be able to be aware and involved and sit with the policymakers in Austin, especially on legislation and on funding opportunities that are distributed nationwide. So we've given you some information about our agency, and some of it you may have known about, but certainly not everything. Let me just share a little bit about First Transit. As mentioned, First Transit is based in Ohio, Cincinnati, Ohio. Their parent company, though, is headquartered in London because they're part of a international corporation. And in March 31st, 2019, their annual report per the internet showed that First Transit's revenues were $1,411 million in this reporting period. The adjusted corporate profit was $65 million for that year. They also own Greyhound, and just as an FYI, Greyhound's revenues were $646 million, and the adjusted corporate profit was $14 million. And in the internet, it made reference to a very disappointing year for Greyhound because they only profited $14 million. We'd like to have half of that. So corporate social responsibility is important, and when we look at First Transit, we don't see them at the table providing corporate responsibilities in the regional planning, in providing community service, community involvement, and in added values. So I think that when we look at our agency and First Transit, which one has the most embedded within the county, within the community, we feel it's Project Amistad. The criteria to award the program is based on organizational experience. We've been around for 43 years. We have all these different programs that you see in the annual report. Capacity, as I mentioned on a few occasions, we've been able to support the city or the county with hardly any notice. Our safety record is as good as any other agency. The state would not allow us to continue transporting 900 individuals a day throughout the 23 counties if we didn't have a good safety record. References was another item of criteria. Our letters of verifying the funding that we received were signed by the city manager of the city of El Paso, Tommy Gonzalez. The director of transit services for TxDOT signed another letter verifying the funding resources that we have brought to the county. The director of the Area Agency on Aging, again, a program under the Council of Governments, also submitted a letter verifying the services that we have provided on their behalf, and as well as we had a verification of services from the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Price is probably the one area that the hourly rate from us may have been a little bit higher than First Transit. We really don't know at this point. But taking into account the added values that we bring to the county by using leverages with TxDOT, we believe that we will be able to generate additional funding to the county if we work as managing this particular program. Thus, we ask that the added values, the ability to leverage funds for the county, longstanding services to the people of El Paso, and the proven leadership and commitment to continue to meet our corporate social responsibilities be taken into account and award the county transit contract to Project Amistad. Thank you.
Mr. Bañuelos, thank you very much for that. Deborah, would you mind addressing?
Deborah Correjo, County Purchasing Agent. I'm not sure what I would address. I agree Project Amistad is a great company, and we do have many contracts with them. When it comes to the RFP process itself, please understand that the county advertises the criteria under which the evaluations will occur, and it advertises the evaluators themselves, which are the departments. Purchasing is a facilitator. For this specific project, it was the results would have been predicated on the needs of the program, and we do have Public Works representatives here if you need to hear more specifics about the program. In this case, in the RFP, there was a clear delineation in the top firm and Project Amistad, but it was closer than we usually see. It wasn't within 1 point. It was about 3 or 4 points overall, which is huge the way the weighting's done, and it's a very precise form of weighting. I don't want to say anything point for point because I believe he was telling you the benefits of Project Amistad to the county, but that really doesn't have a bearing from a purchasing standpoint on the way this RFP was run. The RFP was run in accordance with statutory requirements and our own policy. And so I believe at this point, our recommendation still stands as First Transit as the highest scoring firm in the RFP. I believe at this point it might be more of a commissioner's court question and maybe conference with legal.
Christina, any comments about?
I think before I comment or move forward in the discussion, it'd probably be helpful to have Public Works provide any feedback to the court at this time, Judge.
Jose, thank you.
Good morning, Judge Commissioners. Jose Landeros, the Director of Planning and Development. The evaluation criteria for this RFP that was issued under our department involved all the staff in our transportation division, our county transportation engineer, assistant transportation engineer, our transit planner, as well as Mr. Hopeton Staple, Director of Fleet Operations for the county. And a lot of the differences in this RFP from previous RFPs that I would like to highlight include the fact that the county is transitioning to a CNG fleet. We currently have 2 CNG buses in our fleet. We currently have an order for 7 additional fleets. So that was something that was taken into account in terms of evaluation of the firms that submitted responses to the RFP process, along with just overall operations. We include as technical of a evaluation crew as possible to evaluate these in terms of the way the system is going to operate, so on the operational side, but also on the maintenance side. So the program and the ability for the fleet and to be maintained properly in accordance with all the requirements that the state imposes on us, because our transit system is funded by the federal and state governments. And so our evaluations reflect that. I was not part of the evaluation panel. I was out on FML leave at the time, but I do stand by the evaluation that our staff put together, along with Mr. Staple from Fleet Operations. So we concur with purchasing. We recommend that the court approve awarding the RFP to First Transit, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the court may have.
Deborah? Commissioner Robinson?
Thank you, Judge. All things being equal, all applicants, how many applicants do you have?
We had two. We had two companies respond to the RFP.
And you sent out how many inquiries?
I would defer to purchasing as to how many.
17. And 2 respondents.
Respondents.
So everything being equal, all applicants submitted their application within the time frame?
Yes, these are the 2 applications that were received.
All things being equal, outside of this forum today, is there an appeal process?
I would again defer to purchasing on that.
Deborah? Is there an appeal process?
An appeal, oh, there is a protest process that we have written into county policy. It would be a formal protest. The vendor is required in the case where they feel they have been aggrieved and the process has not treated them fairly, the vendor is required to state the way in which the process has not treated them fairly. I do not believe that has occurred, and I don't believe Project Amistad feels that has occurred. I believe they are approaching you based on the fact that they're a local firm and they feel they have more to offer than the top scoring firm. And my recommendation, based on the department's knowledge of this and how they scored, and you have the scores in front of you, my recommendation would have to stand because I feel that it could set a bad precedent in future RFPs. We may have companies that do not wish to participate if they think that there's a chance that if they're the highest scoring firm, what does it matter anyway? And so from a process standpoint, I would stick with my recommendation, but it is always up to the court as to how you proceed.
All things being equal, were the other applicants, being First Trans, afforded the opportunity to be here today?
They were afforded an opportunity. What we do in the process is we send an email to everybody that was an active participant and state, this will be awarded on this date, please show up, you will have an opportunity to address the court as is, policy. They chose not to. They are your incumbent. First Transit is your current incumbent. And they may not have had anything particular to add to the conversation. I don't know. We don't force them to show up. It really is just by choice, but everybody's afforded the opportunity.
Okay, all things being equal, all applicants were scored fairly and equitable independently?
I truly believe so. The process is set up that way. We do independent scoring, which means everyone who's part of the evaluation team has to sign a non-disclosure and a non-conflict agreement in addition to anything the county requires. This means that during the evaluation period, they cannot speak to anybody, their superiors or one another. The only person they can coordinate with if they have questions that need to be answered by the vendor or if they have process questions is someone in the purchasing department. And in the case of the RFPs, the process is handled by me and an assistant. And in that case, yes, all things being equal, I believe there was a fair assessment based on the criteria that the department determined to be the most important things they needed to consider. The comments actually backed up the scores, and that's one thing we look for, because when you're doing weighted criteria scoring and when you are looking for types of scoring where all external factors are taken out of the mix, you want to make sure there's no anomalies. You want to make sure someone didn't score excessively high when their comment was normal, mediocre, or less. And in this case, you have a copy of the scores and you have a copy of the comments. And we do have a legal review at the end of this. And the legal review is so that any anomalies that maybe I might have missed could have been caught. And so I do believe it was a very fair evaluation. You're dealing with two very strong companies. I don't think there was any doubt in anybody's mind that Project Amistad could not have handled this. But based on everything we laid out and advertised to the public, we had to proceed with the process of scoring.
All
Hope that
things
makes
being
sense.
equal, there was no violation of the cone of silence?
I do not believe there was a violation of the cone of silence. I love the fact that you said cone of silence, because that comes from Get Smart, and not many people know that.
Basically, everyone followed the process.
Yes, I do control the process very tightly, and many evaluators get very upset with it. But I have no reason to believe that anything was done out of the ordinary. The scoring is exactly as it appears.
Deborah, to be clear, because obviously Amistad is an incredible organization, you do not take any into consideration their relationship with the community, or I just want to make sure, because that was their premise was that because of the strong relationship, because of what they've done, which is obvious to all the community, in no way is that taken into consideration in the process?
I do not set the criteria for each individual RFP. The only things that I can control are that the criteria are fair, and that the criteria are things that the vendors themselves can be compared against one another, and then the most advantageous offer determined. In this case, the most important criteria determined by the department was organizational experience in providing, implementing, servicing, and response to scope of work. I will say both companies have that. Organizational experience, I believe both of them actually have El Paso, but one has recent El Paso experience under the current conditions, including the CNG. I think that made an impact on the evaluators. Experience, capability, and accessibility of persons assigned to project. In an RFP, and this is not often discussed, a request for proposal process in accordance with statute is an alternative to the bidding process when we realize there are alternate factors that need to be considered away from price. So in a bid process, lowest price, most responsive bidder is the winner. In an RFP, the lowest price or the highest price isn't necessarily a factor you even take into consideration until the end. It is scored. And in this case, they actually scored a little higher, but they scored lower in the ones that were weighted, more importantly, the organizational experience. One thing I do with every vendor, and although I've been doing it for 2 years, we've only just now started to get a response from the vendor community, because it takes a level of trust, is offering what we call a debriefing. And in a post-solicitation debriefing, I take any unsuccessful vendor that wants to come to the table, and I lay out their proposal against the specifications the department provided, and I show them how they can make their submittal stronger for the next time. So we try to build that relationship. And in this case, I did offer that to Project Amistad, I think this morning, but every vendor that participates gets offered the debriefing. And so from a purchasing perspective, all things were equal. The scoring is what it is. The recommendation is what it is. Everything else is probably sitting in hands outside of mine at this time, but I do ask that there be a consideration that if our processes and the things we advertise get overturned, some companies may choose not to come to the table, and that will be a hard one for us to overcome.
And others might have confidence that if they don't, that we're going to review that reason. So I think it's
They
an
could.
equal basis.
It's just something that needs to be considered. We need to be very cognizant of the whole process. And I'm a fan of transparency, so these types of questions do not bother most people from purchasing.
Commissioners? Commissioner Leon?
Deborah, I'm sure the process was fair and very unbiased. Matter of fact, you run a very great unit there, an award winner. My question is, and I bring this up periodically, when the county purchases vehicles, especially for the sheriff's department, where we purchased quite a few. And there is a tie, let's say a tie between a local vendor and an outside vendor, and it's within 3%. I'm not sure, I may be wrong, but I thought that would also work in Project Amistad's favor. And if I'm wrong, please explain it.
It's okay. There's just a couple of concepts there that are a little blended. When you're dealing with vehicles, vehicles are not RFP, vehicles are sealed bid. And so the 3% that you're thinking about, I believe, is going to be tied to a local vendor preference, which the county has a very specific and detailed process relating to local preference, as it's called out and identified in 271.905. And basically, it's a chance for that vendor to prove there's an economic and viable benefit, but that's for the bids of goods. It's not for service-related things. And I'm sure legal will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm almost positive it can only be applied for goods. That's why you can see it applied in the case of vehicles, but not in the case of RFPs.
Christina, from a legal perspective, do you see anything else or any options or anything that we could do at this time?
Well, in terms of the court's options, you're posted for, and I believe the recommendation is to award to First Transit. And of course, purchasing, and of course, Mr. Landeros from the Public Works Department spoke to the court for all the policy reasons for you all to consider on who to award that to. Now, if the court does not wish to move forward with the approval of that item, the court can reject. You have the complete authority to do so. And at that point, and Deborah, correct me if I'm wrong, it would go back to purchasing to look over again and identify any additional specs.
The department would be responsible for identifying, I'm sorry, Deborah. The department would be responsible for identifying different specs. So if you all wanted to reject all bids, we would want some direction from you, because we built these specs based on what we believe we need to provide the services. And as Deborah mentioned, we didn't design the specs based on, the additional things that different entities could offer to the community. It was really specific to the transit services. So if you wanted us to change that, we would want some guidance from the court as to what else you want us to consider outside the transit needs.
And it's also probably at the relation to the project itself as well would be part of the consideration.
I'm sorry, say that again, Christina?
Part of the project consideration as well. So we'll get, so whatever the court decides, if you choose to reject it with the further instructions, I would also ask that it be consulted with, obviously, with the department to see how that then coincides with what their needs are, and if that affects any way how the original specs were drafted and where we came to today.
And the rejection would come from the
court.
vote?
Yes, it would come to reject.
From the vote.
The recommendation of the award, too, as it's posted.
Don't approve the award. If you don't approve the award today to First Transit, it basically, we would bring this item back and say, okay, or we'd ask you, do you want to reject all bids and start over? But to start over, if we start over with the exact same specs, I don't expect any different results. We shouldn't expect different results if we use the exact same specs. So we would need to modify the specs if this is not meeting the needs of what you all expected us to provide with transit.
I think just in my case, that I would have the opportunity to look at the specs, and I'm comfortable with those specs, but that'd be the only thing that I would like to look at, that I couldn't tell you at this point that I have looked at them close enough to know that I'm comfortable with how the specs were laid out. That'd be the only thing on my behalf.
Yeah, but Judge, the thing is that all things being equal, and the department has indicated that all the specs were provided, and each applicant had the opportunity to apply using those specs as specified. So if you don't get the outcome that you expect, so you reject it, which we can, but the question would be, in doing that, will we be setting a bad precedent by doing that to get a different outcome? but you can't change the specs because the specs have been, unless you change the specs, because of the fact that they have met state and federal guidelines. I question if we reject it and we come back with different specs as one, or we use the same criteria. They've indicated that it's not likely that the outcome will be different.
I would just like to clarify because Commissioner Robinson brings up a good point. As Betsy mentioned, the court always has the option to reject all, stop the process. If we do reject all, it is going to be required that it be different specifications. There's got to be another additional factor, because then there's an opening for liability. To reject all and send out the same specs is exactly where you do not want to be. So if the court's intent is to add some other things into that, there needs to be also the awareness that you're dealing with a contract that is sundowning. And so there's the possibility it could go month to month. I do not know the legal requirements of the current contract, and so that would have to be accounted for. But it is always the court's option to award or not award.
And the time frame that you're transitioning?
I'll let them speak to that.
The contract expires at the end of this month, so we would have to contact First Transit to determine if they would be agreeable to move month to month.
And it would just be an automatic month to month, as long as they're still providing the services.
Oh, I apologize. So we already have an agreement with the vendor to go month to month, and we would have to renew that agreement to allow for the process to move forward.
So were you going to comment on something, or that was your?
No, that was it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, what I would ask is, if you're concerned, or, I would prefer that the court allow me an opportunity to specifically review the specs and the weighting of the specs with the department and with the department and purchasing, postpone the item for 2 weeks, and let me have the chance to do that review for the court, just to make sure that there's no concerns. If you all are concerned, I'd like to review it myself and then report back.
Yeah, and I don't have any concerns about setting precedents, because anybody can come in here, and if they are as adamant as Project Amistad, then I think we should look at it a little closer. So the idea that if we do that, that's going to create, but what I'm saying in this case, if we're not comfortable, I'd rather take your recommendation, Betsy, so that, I don't know about the rest of the court, I can't speak for them, but for my case, I'd feel a little bit more comfortable to make sure that if it was that close, that, the weighing, it's still objective when you're weighing in different people, and so I just want to make sure.
But I would say that I definitely want to review it open-mindedly, but generally, and correct me if I'm wrong, Deborah, but the weighting and all of those items are established in advance, or were they established?
They're advertised to the public.
That's right.
And so nothing changes during the course of the RFP. All vendors and the public know the same information.
Well, what does
Judge,
Commissioner Stout?
Once again, the reason my previous comments I made led to what legal said in regards to the possibility of liability. The court, Deborah indicated as well. So if we can reject and we can go back and change the specs, but the thing is that it basically indicated, we'll review it, but the specs are advertised in advance. So I guess another question will come in. Project Amistad, you've done great work. I've been aware and involved with some of the work they do, and observed some of the work they've done, and do great work. But the thing is that you don't get the outcome that you expect, so you say, well, we're going to change the specs. So then my question would be, if we do it for one, then we have to go do for all. So do you want to go down that road? I say not, because then secondly, then we're questioning the state and federal guidelines. Then at the same time, we're questioning our competent staff as far as that, do they know what they're doing? They've been recognized for doing great work. So now we're going to second guess what they're doing. I say not.
Commissioner Stout?
Yeah, I have a couple of I guess, questions and issues. So I tend to agree with Commissioner Robinson. You know, we have highly trained staff to help us decide, you know, what the needs of these types of projects are. And I, for one, am not an expert on transit. I'm not an engineer, and you know, you know, that's why I depend heavily on the expertise of our staff when making any of these types of decisions. And I agree as well that Project Amistad has been a great partner to the county, and you know, I'm sure will continue to be, and you do great work in this community. But I'm wary of, first of all, I don't even know if it's legal for us to take into account how good of a community partner an organization is when it comes to these types of bids and the RFPs.
Well, just very quickly, Deborah had addressed it earlier, but in terms of the local preference, she's absolutely right. That is
Right.
only applicable to goods, not services, as this would be.
Right, and that, yeah, and that has more to do with the cost, right? Not necessarily
Economic impact
right,
and benefits
economic
to the county.
impact, right? And so, you know, I agree that Project Amistad has been a great community partner and a great partner to the county, but I don't think that that's something that we can legally take into account when deciding about this, making this decision. And, you know, I think that we would be setting ourselves up for further in the future, setting a precedent that I don't think that we need to set. And you know, I believe that we have, like I said, staff that's very competent and we're very well trained, and I believe they know what they're doing much more than I do when it comes to these types of issues. And so I tend to want to trust what their recommendation is. So I'm gonna go ahead and move to approve the contract.
I just want to make a comment that, you know,
Approve the award of the RFP.
Yeah, that there is no correlation between trusting and not trusting. And because, you know, I trust you just as much, but if we do 99 and we don't do one, and then obviously what we're saying here is that we're just going to rubber stamp everything that passes through because our department heads determine that that's the right thing to do. And that's not how we are. So I don't want the correlation between not trusting a department head and for us as a court to be able to challenge or at least find out a little bit more. And so I just want to make sure that that's clear, that it's not a lack of trust or that we don't recognize our department heads. And I never want to get into the situation where we trust you so much that then we agree on every recommendation. So I still want that opening for us to feel comfortable that if we need more information, that we're going to be okay with that. So just want to make sure that that's clear. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Judge. Commissioner Hopton Staple, Fleet Operations Director. I just want to add, again, based on what Jose and Deborah said, one of the things I look at from a fleet maintenance perspective, whether it's our food nutrition van program or rural transit, even though it's outsourced to a vendor, the vehicles do belong to the county. So I have a vested interest in the upkeep of it. And one of the things I look at with Project Amistad, based on their response, they're currently maintaining 60 vehicles, plus our 22 would make 82 vehicles. They got a total of 4 mechanics, and also they outsource their maintenance, which was a concern to me. Also, we're moving to a CNG fleet. We have 2 on ground. We're buying 7 more, and we're going to buy 2 more. So within the next year, we'll have 11 CNG vehicles, whereas the facility that the buses are housed right now, again, has CNG, has the building certified to be worked on, and so forth and so forth. And I didn't see any of that in Project Amistad response. So apart from everything else, the maintenance and the upkeep, to me, First Transit has the support vehicles, the facilities, the staff, the training, the overall operations already in place to provide that support to the CNG vehicles, because it's not a matter of just bringing it to a shop and working on it. And I didn't see any of that again in their response.
I have another question, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Deborah, when you announce the award or the RFP, is not the specs included in it when it comes before this body?
Yes.
So we have that information when we award the or announce the RFP, would go through this body. The specs are included.
Let me
yes?
clarify. In your backup information, do we include the specifications? No, the specifications are available to the public on the website. We have not, in the history of me being here, provided the specs in with that as well. But they are publicly available, and we can get them to you or give you the link, whichever
Okay,
is
so
your
you don't
preference.
provide it to us directly, but they're made available when we approve the RFP to go out.
As soon, because this was neither high technology nor insurance, we did have to come for permission for this before the entire process started. And the court approved. At the point it hit the streets, yes, the specifications, any addendum, any attachments, and any additional information are put onto the website. As the vendors ask questions during the process, the answers to all of the questions, regardless of who asked, is issued to everyone. It's standard RFP.
So in effect, when we approve the action for the RFP to go out, in effect, we approve the specs.
I would say no. I
No?
would say you did not. You were simply, in 262, the Purchasing Act, 030 gives us the option of going out for an alternative to sealed bidding. And one of the requirements is, if it is high technology or if it is insurance, it can be used without special permission. Anything else we use an RFP for, we come to you for permission to use the process. But at that time, the specs may or may not be written. It's a minor clarification in the law, but it's something that we follow to a T. We want your permission before we ever go out for an
So
RFP.
at one point in time, were the specs provided?
Back in, it looks like, I have the specs up in front of me right now. It looks like they went out in June, or maybe even May.
And we did the RFP when?
That
We
would
announced
have
it
been
when?
when they were publicly presented.
In June? Okay.
And about a month before that, they would have undergone department review and a legal review to make sure the specs were fair and there were no inherent
So everybody,
unfairness.
so everyone in the world at that point in time knew what the specs were? Everybody in the public knew what the specs were?
At the time we're reviewing and creating them, I don't think so.
We began to drafting these specs in late winter, early spring. Part of the big conversation that we had internally was the fact that we were.
My point is, my question
What
is,
Commissioner Robinson is asking is were these specs made available publicly?
Yes,
So that bidders
yes.
would be able to see
During
them?
the
it's
advertisement.
made public and when?
Okay, so the first deadline for questions was June 13th. I'm looking to see exactly what day. One
We
moment.
advertised on June the 2nd, which meant the solicitation was available to the public on June the 3rd. We advertised again on June the 9th in accordance with statute. 2 full advertisements must occur. You cannot have an opening
And-
before
and-
15
and
days.
subsequent to that, did anyone question the specs?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
I mean, there was normal back and forth between internally in the department as we drafted them, but once they were submitted to purchasing, that was the approved specifications.
I'm talking about once we put out publicly,
Right.
did anyone question the specs?
There were questions during the process that were that all vendors had an opportunity to ask, and then as Ms. Carrejo just formerly Ms. Carrejo, now I apologize, I forgot. Yes. As Deborah just mentioned, those questions from any vendor are then publicly made available to all vendors just to make the process as consistent and fair as possible.
So did anyone question that the specs were unfair?
Sal Alonso, Transportation Engineer for the county, for the record. No, during the process that we went out for advertisement, there was no questions or anything pertaining to how the specs were written.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor from Commissioner Stout. Yes, Deborah?
I was going to say, it doesn't sound like the specs might have even been in question about fairness. It sounds to me like there might be a question of whether perhaps another criteria should have been added, and it can't be added after the fact.
Yeah.
So the way is to either approve, postpone, table, delete, or reject all and redo the entire spec.
Is there a second?
We have a second on the floor from Commissioner
Yes.
Robinson.
Okay, and Commissioner Pettis?
I mean, I appreciate our staff's work always, and they're doing their diligence on this, and I also appreciate the folks from Project Amistad for taking the time to come to speak to the court. I mean, it seems like the process was followed, but I think Betsy had a fair recommendation to postpone the item to make sure that, to taking a look at the specs one more time, I don't think is unreasonable. It's not going to cause any unnecessary delays, and I think a 2-week postpone and having her give it a once-over is fine, and it should suffice. I think, just making sure that everything was taken into consideration. But it looks like the process was followed, but I think would help address the issues.
That's my view as well.
But if there's already a motion and a
The
second.
motion and a second.
Well, I can rescind my motion and change it to postpone for 2 weeks so that Betsy can make sure that everything is on the up and up.
It's fine. I'll second that.
Yeah, but with all due respect, the thing is that my question was previously, I have no problem with delaying it, but by the same token, I have a problem with the fact that if we're going to do it for one, we'll do it for all. So every time we publicly announce and we publicly put out to the public what the specs are, then we come back and say, well, we did get someone that, no disrespect to the project this time. I'm just saying in general, if we're going to do it for one, we must do it for all in the interest of fairness. So my question is, every time we don't get the results we want, I want to see that we're going to review the specs again for all of them.
Well, one of the things I see is
That's the route we're
that,
going to go. If we're going that route today, everyone that we put out, there'll be a second review. So in my opinion, in my words, is that we say we have a competent staff. They've been given awards for the work they do, doing outstanding work. But then, well, we're going to second guess the work that you do because we think that we want to get a different result.
it's not a second guess, but what I'm saying is that now we've educated our public. I bet you most people didn't know that if they didn't like the specs or they thought there was some reason that they could question, that they do now understand that they could try to come back and say, I'd like to see, this is before. And the specs go out, that somebody can request that the specs will be looked at. So I always see these things as an education, not as setting precedents or that now we're going to review every single person that comes in. I've never seen that happen. I see it as a positive that we have concerns, that we can always take it back, and anybody that wishes to go through the process is open to do so. So, but not question. It's not a second guessing. It's not going against the department heads. It's just that we are able as a court to want to feel more comfortable in a process. So.
Well, I feel comfortable, Judge, that our staff has done their job.
So do I.
Judge, it's happened before. We've had a couple of folks in the past come forward and express some thoughts of why their company didn't get the bid for it. So it's happened before. So I feel comfortable in delaying it for a couple of weeks. I don't see where it would do anything but be very beneficial.
Yeah, I agree. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Yes, so Commissioner Stout, just to confirm, you rescinded the motion to approve and you would like to postpone for 2 weeks, correct? Okay. Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Nay.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Deborah. Jose, Sal.
We would now like to go back to the original order of the agenda. Item number 6, public comment. We don't have anybody signed up to speak for public comment, so no action for number
Before you do that,
6. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
if you allow me, I didn't put it out on the agenda, which I was intended to, but public comment I want to make in regards to Thanksgiving. First of all, I want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Hope that you're blessed that day. But at the same token of time, I want to announce that for those who are less fortunate to have a Thanksgiving, we will be having our 15th annual Thanksgiving dinner at the Convention Center on Thanksgiving Day. Serving time for the meal will be from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. and it's open to anyone in the public to come out at the El Paso Convention Center from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Thanksgiving Day. So let those you may know that may not have be fortunate to have a meal at home, that they are welcome to come to the Convention Center. In addition to that, the 15th year as well, that the City of El Paso public transportation will be provided free of charge anywhere within the city limits all day long, free of charge on Sun Metro.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Item number 7A, presentation. Receive a presentation from the Human Resources Department regarding county employees who were promoted during the fourth quarter of FY 2019.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Commissioners. Valeria Fernandez with the County Human Resources Department. We are excited to present you with our county employees whom were promoted within the fourth quarter of the 2019 fiscal year. We thank our departments who value promoting employees internally, which has shown to increase loyalty to the organization, provide a seamless transition to new duties with a smaller learning curve, and assist by ensuring a synergistic fit for team culture. Employees, please stand when your department is called and approach the commissioners when your name is read. A group picture will be taken by department with a court. For the sake of time, we will only be reading the names of the employees in attendance this morning. However, all promoted employees' names will be displayed for all to see. Employees who have served or are currently serving with any branch of the armed forces will have a flag by their name on the presentation. We ask that members of Commissioners Court come to the front of the dais for the presentation so that a group picture may be taken with the department. Without further ado, we will be presenting the employees by department in alphabetical order. If any employee did not check in with HR, please come up with your department and let me know your name. County Auditor's Office, Maribel Ruiz, Accountant Intermediate. Commissioners, if you could please come to the front of the dais. Thank you. County Attorney's Office, Evie Licona, Principal Attorney. County Clerk's Office, Andres Dickens, Functional Analyst, Carlos Hernandez, Customer Relations Specialist, and Estela Perez, Customer Relations Specialist Intermediate. County Court at Law Administration, Lucila Montoya, Court Performance Analyst. Criminal Justice Coordination Department, Bianca Sandoval, CJC Supervision Officer. District Clerk's Office, Daniel Aguilar, Records Distribution Supervisor. Clarissa Aguirre, Court Clerk Intermediate. Christine Garaveo, Evidence Records Specialist. Ruby Urubio, Court Clerk Intermediate. Leslie Shafino, Court Clerk Intermediate. Dominique Untelin, Court Clerk Senior. Juvenile Probation Department, Judith Alanis, Probation Officer. Luis Cardenas, Juvenile Detention Team Leader. Dela Macias, Case Manager, and Priscilla Vega, Probation Officer. Parks and Recreation, Jorge Corral, Park Maintenance Worker Senior. Tax Assessor Collector Office, Aurelio Arias, VIT SIT Enforcement Director. Jorge de Luna, Lead Investigator, and Carolina Lopez, Investigator. Congratulations to our employees. Thank you to everyone, and we'll make the pictures available on the intranet. Thank you.
Item 7B, receive a presentation and discuss the monthly report from the Council of Judges.
Good morning, Judge Samaniego and Commissioners. My name is Mike Kikero. I'm the Executive Director of the Council of Judges. I'd like to thank you today for receiving our Council of Judges report and also for today's resolutions recognizing the 15th anniversary of the DWI Court and National Adoption Day. I think these are great examples of what our courts are trying to do for our community and move it forward. And I'm happy that you are celebrating along with us. We provided a written report in your agenda, and I would like to refer to that for any details. However, I would like to hit some highlights for the Council of Judges for the past month and some things we're expecting in December. Last month, we had a security assessment by the state's courthouse security consultant with the Office of Court Administration. A report is due by the end of the year, and we look forward to working with County Administration and Commissioners Court to review that report. I'm very happy to announce that we are moving forward with at least some initial jury improvements. The county courts are planning to reduce the number of panels they're calling under a sharing or pooling arrangement. We recently had 2 court staff trained on jury management by the director of the National Center's Center for Jury Studies. We're hoping that they will be bringing back ideas to share with us and implement. Last, we are expecting the report of the Juror Experience Task Force that was formed by our local administrative judge, Judge Chu. That report is expected at our Thursday meeting this month, or on the 21st. The last thing I'd like to mention is a very wide-ranging project that, at least for the judges, has really been led by Judge Alma Trejo, but Judge Hamilton, Judge Morales, and many judges have been involved. We've worked with the Sheriff's Office, with Joel Bishop, CJC, and a number of people, and that is a pretrial modernization. As you are well aware, there's a developing line of federal case law that's going to require us to make changes to the way we do pretrial here in El Paso County. I think the record shows that El Paso is already a leader in the way it does pretrial, but we want to continue to improve. In that regard, the Council of Judges last month approved and submitted to TIDC a revised and updated indigent defense plan to make sure that we are compliant with any statutory changes and also the requirements of TIDC. The Council of Judges has voted to rescind bond schedules and guidelines in accordance with that line of case law. They have also met with a number of law enforcement agencies and will continue to communicate changes regarding that with other law enforcement agencies so that they can understand what the implications of rescinding the bond schedules are. So, for instance, peace officer bonds are no longer required because all bonds are now either given or reviewed by our 24-hour jail magistrates. Last, the end goal, I think, as has been presented from time to time, is looking at a accelerated bond decision, going from 72 to a goal of 48 hours. So we're laying the foundation for that. I know that you and Commissioners Court, the entire Commissioners Court, will have an effort to work on that, but we look forward to working with our partners in law enforcement, other justice agencies, as we move forward to create what I think will be a model for Texas and the country. With that, if you don't have any questions, I will conclude our report.
Just Commissioner Pettis?
I was just going to say, thank you very much, but the updates are always very much appreciated, so thank you to you and to the judiciary. Is it possible to send the updated indigent defense plan that was submitted to TIDC to the court, to Commissioners Court?
Absolutely.
I know it's made available online. I don't know if they've posted it up yet, but that'd be helpful.
We can share it with you directly or the entire Commissioners Court, whatever is requested. So I'll take care of that this afternoon.
Yeah. No, I just want to thank Michael, Amy, and Tom, and Scott, and Judge Chu and Judge Morales, just for keeping us informed and also just reinforce that relationship that, we're able to sit down and have discussions and help each other. And, it's just been a very favorable experience for me. So I want to thank you for, you and Amy, for the coordination and keeping us abreast of all these changes and being interested in what we have to have as much as we're interested in what you have to offer as the Council of Judges.
Thank you.
We just want to reinforce that it's going in the right direction.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 8, board appointments. Approve the reappointment of County Judge Ricardo Samaniego's appointee, Benjamin Miranda, to the El Paso County Veterans Advisory Board for a 2-year term beginning December 1st, 2019 through November 30th, 2021.
Efren?
The appointee has completed the required training, and we would recommend he be considered for reappointment.
Move to approve. Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Efren, any comments or?
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
No, I just here in representation of the Veteran Advisory Board. I know they had to step out, but I'm here in their name.
Okay, well, thank you. I think he's been as a great appointment, so very, very proud of what he's done already. Thank you.
Yes. Well, thank you for appointing the actual participant we have. I mean, I know we've done a lot of great strides. We've done a lot of gaps that we're missing out in the community. A lot of the veterans are in the community come up and tell us that the board's doing a great job and to continue the way we are.
Yeah, and thank you personally for having that role. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Item number 9, approve the reappointment of Commissioner David Stout's Precinct Number 2 appointee, Mr. Burrell McCollum, to the El Paso County Veterans Advisory Board for a 3rd 2-year term beginning December 1st, 2019 through November 30th, 2021.
Again, Judge, Commissioners, this appointee has completed the required training, and we would recommend that he be reappointed to the Veterans Advisory Board.
To approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 10, approve the reappointment of Commissioner Carl Robinson's Precinct Number 4 nominee, Mr. Juan Rocha, to the Veterans Advisory Board for a 3rd 2-year term beginning December 1st, 2019 through November 30th, 2021.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego? Motion carries. Item number 11, discuss and take appropriate action to reappoint Commissioner Vincent Perez to the El Paso Central Appraisal District Board of Directors for the term beginning January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2021.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 12, Commissioners Court. Discuss and take appropriate action on a resolution authorizing the tax resale for the property described as Lot 1, Block 12, Colonia Vista Addition, Unit 7, in addition to the City of El Paso County, Texas, according to the map or plat thereof recorded in Cabinet 7, Slide 194-C, Map Records of El Paso County, Texas, account number C743-007-0120-0010.
Good morning, Carmen Perez, on behalf of the firm of Delgado Acosta.
Good morning.
This morning, we're presenting an offer that was made by an interested purchaser in this property. This property has been struck off since June of 2015. It has not generated taxes. The offer is for the full amount when it was struck off, and if you accept that offer, it will go through and we get the property back on the tax rolls.
Motion to approve?
Second.
I had a question, so is that okay? Does our planning department look at this at all, Betsy? I mean, I know because this has also come up regarding some of the fractionalized lots that we have in Precinct 3, regarding some that are off the tax rolls or should be stricken off the tax rolls.
I need to check with Norma. Generally, they do go through the list of trustee properties, But I don't know if before we sell each one, if, I do believe we did send it to you, Norma.
Check right away and see if we have any information. I had not seen it myself.
I mean, we just want to be sure because, you know, I know that there's some issues with a lot of the fractionalized lots. I don't know if this is tied into this or something completely different, but, you know, just making sure that by putting these properties back on that, you know, that we don't get into issues with some of the fractionalized
Right,
lots that we have.
and this property is out in the Canutillo-Vinton area. It's not out on the east side.
And what's the size of it?
I can get back to you on that. I can get back to you, give you the size. Have a map.
Because it looks like it's 8.1 acres.
Find it on here. Did you find it on the?
Well, at least that's what it says up top on that, on the presentation.
Yeah, that's the central appraisal aerial view.
It says 8.102 acres, right?
Yes.
And it's been off the tax roll how long?
It's been off the tax roll since June of 2015. We haven't received any other offers or interest. And this is a full offer. So the entities will be getting everything that was due at the time of the tax sale, and it'll get back on the tax rolls.
So we're not losing anything?
No.
As far as
Be
the
gaining
value,
taxes.
that's what it's owed, so we're getting that same amount?
That's what the property was sold for at tax sale.
Right, okay.
Well, since there's already a vote, I mean, I'll abstain on this one, but just when these come along, we just, if we can just have planning to look at them because.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I forwarded it to you and Jose, so we need to start a process to make sure you all review them before we bring them on the agenda. It probably was short notice, though, by the time we received the word that they were ready to put it on the agenda.
And by looking at the map, it doesn't seem like it's landlocked. Is that correct?
What kind of lot, excuse me?
It's not landlocked?
No, it's not landlocked. No.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 14, County Administration. Approve and adopt the county social media policy.
Judge, Commissioners, again, our Premier Leadership Academy team, our inaugural class is presenting to you on their project where they have done a social media policy and plan, and it was presented to you previously on a Thursday, but today we're bringing it back with final input and for your consideration for adoption.
Good morning, Honorable Judge and Commissioners. Christina Ramirez with the Human Resources Department and the Premier Leadership Academy. We are seeking to approve and adopt the county social media policies, which include the amendment to the personal conduct and affairs policy. As you recall, during the Special Commissioners Court meeting on October 17th, the Premier Leadership Academy presented the proposal of how to increase the county social media presence. With the adoption of these policies will allow for the county to have a guide to standardized social media platforms. Does the court have any questions for our team?
Any questions? Any? No? Thank you.
Can we have a motion to approve or?
So moved.
Second, I guess we were expecting some sort of presentation.
Christina, do you want to briefly, just for the public, I apologize, if you want to just briefly for the public explain just the highlights of what has been presented previously?
So yes, so
Thank you.
currently, and as you can see on the screen, currently if you Google the County of El Paso, how do you search for the County of El Paso? It's through the county website, or if you search County of El Paso, you'll find there's a limited search on when and how we pop up. We'd like to further our county's social media presence by either establishing Instagram pages. As you can see in front of you, there's the City of Boston. They're doing an event announcement. The City of Phoenix is featuring its golf course, its beautiful golf course, and the County of San Diego is featuring its libraries. This is an excellent way for the County of El Paso to emulate what they're doing on their social media platforms. When you search the County of El Paso on Facebook, there is a limited number of pages, including our own, that pop up, including the El Paso County Attorney's Office, our El Paso County Sheriff's Office, and so we'd want to expand on that because we know several of our county departments currently have a page, so we want to standardize that format. Currently, there's some examples of county departments on social media. Again, the Sheriff's Office, County Attorney's Office, Economic Development, Parks and Recreation, Domestic Relations Office, and Public Defender's Office. They all currently have a social media page. Our current existing social media presence is currently used for basic notifications. It's currently managed by, it's under the county administration. The purpose of it currently is to provide general notifications of standard meetings or alert, as you see some of the Facebook postings. So this recaps back to the social media policy overview, where we are wanting to implement the social media policy indicating content guidelines, posting guidelines, and also an amendment to the social media personal conduct and affairs policy, which sets forth expectations of conduct on social media. We want to standardize on how we showcase our postings, including to improve them, indicating what type of post. Is it a title? Is it an event? Where is this event taking place? The location, date and time. Provide link information. A lot of times our postings, we're good at posting events, but we're not good at posting who to contact, what department, what representative would I follow up with. And of course, including pictures and/or videos. So on the left-hand side, there is a current post where it features the 100 days in office of our judge, Ricardo Samaniego. What we would recommend is maybe titling that post to give it an extra, branding effect. Talk about the highlights, the date that it took place. Also, if the community wanted to follow up, who they would contact in your office. We identified 3 categories of types of posts that we would be doing on a social media post. It would be 1, the community interest. This would be a post where you talk about an event such as a community cleanup or a community highlight such as a fall festival or even giving a quick tour of Ascarate Lake. The second type of category post would be a department-focused post. This is a great opportunity for a department to post about their services or frequently asked questions, such as where to obtain a birth certificate, where to go vote, how can I apply for a job with the County of El Paso, or even do a highlight and department takeover, such as featuring staff or department specialties. This could also be an opportunity to showcase a special project, such as a road construction project happening in Far East El Paso. The last category would come back to being a standard notification post where a public meeting notification would be provided, such as today's public meeting, or even provide a community safety alert or closure. So those are 3 categories of the different types of posts that our county departments can focus on how to categorize their posting. With this policy implementation, we would provide a social media policy and training, which would give a policy review. It would talk to departments about how it would relate to their department, how they would post, what kind of posts they would be providing, how often they would be sharing their information, and also give them an opportunity to do departmental branding, such as giving them an opportunity to tell their story, and formatting the information and sharing. The training would include a posting checklist. This is where a basic guideline would be provided to departments on what type of information they would be providing on their post. Basic information, again, is it an event? Is it a highlight? Is it an alert? Are you including location, date, and time? They would post their content, also making sure that there's appropriate release of the content. They would provide their contact information, provide their name of the department that this information's coming from, again, contact number, representative, also provide a website if a website link is available. And of course, we're all visual learners. We're all visual, we love to look at pictures, so any picture or video would enhance the posting or the information. And lastly, benefits of unifying and standardizing our social media presence. It helps us to collaborate and engage the community on so many levels. And also, an engaged community is an informed community. These platforms will allow us a more cost-effective method compared to the traditional form of public outreach. And of course, encouraging more public trust. That, I thank you for your time.
Yeah, no, this is excellent. And would you also include elected officials in this social media?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And
We would ask that they
Betsy?
voluntarily comply with these guidelines.
No, I think it just a strength that it would give, you know, that we're unified, that the message, and that you'd give us some feedback as to where, like in my case, where we should have done a little bit more, that would have been a little bit more informative for the community. And like you said, how would they, if they had any concern, how do you get back?
Yes.
So I appreciate that.
Yes.
That feedback, and I think it's going to be a great program. Commissioner Leon?
Yeah, just a quick, and I think I asked this question the first time we went through it. There is a final review process to just make sure that whatever's going to be posted is appropriate.
Yes, and these policies will help in providing that guidance and expectation from our county departments, or even how employees conduct themselves on social media. Yes.
Okay, good, thanks.
And in the policy itself, it indicates that the county attorney's office may review any posting, so we would hope that, and we would strongly encourage that it be reviewed, at least for us to look at it in terms of any liability issues as well.
So, and the reason why we put it as May is, so right now, for example, my office we try to post at least once a week, preferably 2 times a week, from the general County of El Paso Facebook page. But most of like what we post are either information about county events, or we may post a picture of you all giving a resolution. So we stay with fairly safe, non-controversial, just information for the public. And so that's why we left it as May, because when we're going to post and say, Commissioners Court approved a resolution today honoring Deputy Pete Herrera and his family, we don't run those through legal.
But I'm sorry, but the ones that you do, maybe we ought to change that may to a shall.
I think as Betsy indicates, we don't want to run in the way of like doing some of those immediate postings with regards to like the ceremonial items. But if there's other items, for example, where, I don't know, county's asking to be taking a position, so you're representing that this is the county taking a position on a certain matter, that would probably in some circumstances, most circumstances, not be appropriate. And so we would run that through there. I don't know or understand what that vetting process is. Okay, right. Well, hopefully
So the
not.
policy prohibits us from doing political posts, things of that nature. So, I mean, this is information, and one of the things, and the team can talk more about this than I can, but I've done a lot of the trainings about using social media, and timing and relevance is important. So just like right now, we may, basically the media is posting these things right now on their own. And this is our chance to tell our story and our view of what we did. And so generally, when we're giving out that kind of public information, just about what we're working on, what we're doing, we're very mindful of being neutral, only stating what facts that Commissioners Court about what was done. And generally, we're wanting to do those in a timely manner. So and a legal review may take us a couple days, and so that's generally why we've left it at May.
Okay, I appreciate that. The only reason I bring that up is at home, all I have is shall. So, thank you.
And sorry, this is Melina Bañuelos with Public Works. I did want to add that the training that we have for the social media operational policy would include those gray areas where the department head and their representative that will be posting need to learn the difference on what is a public release and what can and should be released at those times.
But you know, the huge impact is the training. You know, that you're going to have everybody that posts being trained, and I think that's a great opportunity to let them know the guidelines and some of the do's and don'ts of posting, and that's I'm very encouraged by that training.
And with that, we would ask the court to consider approving and adopting the policy.
Motion to approve?
Second?
Commissioner Bettis stepped out. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion
Thank you.
carries.
Thank you. Thank
Judge,
you
I
for
do just
great
want
work.
to, I want to just expand on what the courts mentioned. Just a big thanks to our Premier Leadership Academy group.
Yes.
Melina Banuelos, Verenice Acosta, Hannah Deer, and Christina Sanchez. They're our first group. This was our first project, and I look forward to many more, but this team has really set the standard and made it a joy to work with them.
Yeah, that's a great job. Great benchmark for everybody else coming. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck.
Item number 15, Judiciary and Corrections. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the salary of Associate Judge Kathleen Anderson. For this item, we request a motion to delete.
So moved. Second?
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 16, Litigation, Justice, and Law Enforcement. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Rio Grande Council of Governments FY 2020 and FY 2021 Law Enforcement Training Initiative interlocal agreement on behalf of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office to provide regional law enforcement training courses in the amount of $315,386 from September 1st, 2019 through August 31st, 2021. Funding is available in SG Sheriff's Academy 18 personnel expenses, contract number 2019-0757.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just here on behalf of the Sheriff's Office and Region 8 Training Academy, along with the Rio Grande Council of Governments.
And this is, Lieutenant, if you can just explain for us and the public that might be listening, what it provides. I know I'm part of the COG, and there's other counties that are anxious to participate in this training.
Yes, sir. On the first one, the training initiative, that is money that the Training Academy receives from the COG to train the other counties in the region. So we'll go out and train in Hudspeth, Brewster, Presidio, Jeff Davis, Culberson County, to ensure their peace officers and jailers receive the mandated training that the state requires.
Yeah, and what you just said is very important. You said that we will go out and train because a lot of these smaller agencies cannot afford to be without two of their personnel at one time. So it's very critical
Correct,
that we're
sir.
able to do that. Thank you.
We do provide some training here, but we make trips out to the regions, not to every specific county, but we'll find a centrally located area that will host the training, and we'll send the instructors out there to do the classes.
Thank you. Motion to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 17, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Rio Grande Council of Governments Mental Health Training Initiative Phase 2 Interagency Agreement awarded to the Rio Grande Council of Governments through the Criminal Justice Division of the Governor's Office to provide mental health training courses for county jailers at the Region 8 Training Academy in the amount of $184,130 from October 1st, 2019 through September 30th, 2020. Funding is available in SG Mental 20 personnel expenses, contract number 2019-0758.
This agreement is specifically for detention officers or jailers, and it also encompasses all the counties in the entire region. And it's to train them on the mental health, to make them better aware of mental health issues, and it is a required course by the state.
To approve. Second?
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 18, Public Works. With a correction from the Parks and Recreation Department, approve and authorize the county judge to waive the park entry fees for the annual Lights on the Lake event at Ascarate Park to be held on Saturday, November 30th, 2019. Further, authorize the acceptance of donations for the event pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 81.032.
Hi, Veronica.
Hi, good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. We're getting ready to celebrate our 5th annual Lights on the Lake. Saturday, November 30th. We invite you all to come out. And since this is such a big signature event for the county, we want to ensure that everybody can participate and not have any barriers. So for that day, we would like to request that the gate fees be waived for our countywide signature event. And we will start at 3 o'clock. We should end by about 9. But of course, the park is open and anybody can come in anytime after that until 11 p.m. And with me is Tessa Jimenez, our special events coordinator, and she'll tell you more of the details of all the activities happening at the park that day.
You
Good
mean
morning.
/ all the different things that she does? Amazing.
Tessa Jimenez with Parks and Special Events. So again, this is our 5th annual Lights on the Lake, and we're really looking forward to another wonderful event. We hope you guys can come out and join us. We will continue to have our Jingle Bell Jog as our first event that starts the event. We are going to include encouraging people to bring pets this year in costume. We've had a few last year, but we're really going to focus on having them come out dressed up. We'll have treats for the people that bring their dogs. And anybody who registers will get a jingle bell for that particular event. After that, we will have area dancers and singers come out from the community. They will sing and dance on our stage right before we start the lights. Then we'll flip our lights on in the park, and everybody can enjoy the lights that will be throughout the park. They will be up until January the 5th this year, 6th. So they'll have plenty of time, but the first night is always a big night that we want everybody to come out. We have food trucks, we have free activities for the kids, a rock mountain climbing attraction, and a snow globe that you can actually get in and take a family photo. We'll also have other props throughout the event space where people can come and grab a family photo that night and throughout the rest of the holiday season. So we're really looking forward to it, and we're excited.
And come meet Santa. Santa will arrive on a boat.
Forgot the big man.
At Ascarate Lake, so
Yes.
please come
It's
take your
already
pictures
looking
with
nice.
Santa.
I was there yesterday, and it's already looking really nice. The whole park looking really nice.
Thank you, and this year we're focusing on the lights on the lake, so it'll be all focused on top of the lake, mainly at the entrance and on top of the lake, with some new LED, 3D light fixtures, interactive, so you'll be able to sit in a sleigh and take pictures, family pictures, or sit inside a tunnel that's lit up and take pictures. So
It's
really look
very
forward to
nice.
it, and we thank you.
Well, thank you. That great article as well on Veronica.
Yeah, congratulations. Thank you all very much. Seems like every year it gets better. So I'm very excited. I'm sad that I won't be in attendance this year because I'll be out of town for Thanksgiving weekend. But I really appreciate all the work that you all do to make the park better, and especially this event. I think it's a great event, and lots of families have a great time. So I'll move to approve.
And Betsy, you're over there trying to say something, or?
I just wanted to say, one, I shared with the court the article in El Paso Inc. about the parks being in good hands. I'll tell you, today I've noticed we have a theme of leading ladies. The last item was a leading ladies project, and then this, between Norma, Veronica, and Tessa, the things that are happening, I'm just really proud of them. Tessa was my park cleaning partner on Saturday for the county park cleanup day, and it's really nice to see. And honestly, we didn't have enough work to do because the parks are looking so good. It was really clean. We were like I felt like I was on an Easter egg hunt to try to find stuff to clean up.
I saw one gentleman yesterday with a bag trying to find something, and so quite a compliment for your work and everything that you do.
Great job to the whole team.
Yeah.
Staff is amazing.
Thank you. Tesla, thank you.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Stout.
Second?
Commissioner Bettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Congratulations.
Item number 19, approve and authorize the Planning and Development Department to issue a county pipeline permit for the Kinder Morgan El Paso Natural Gas 17-mile South Main Line Loop Expansion Project.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Gilbert Saldaña with Planning and Development. El Paso Natural Gas, a subsidiary of Kinder Morgan, will be making upgrades to their current pipeline system with projects in Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. El Paso Natural Gas is requesting a county pipeline permit for a 17-mile loop line that will traverse El Paso County. The pipeline will be a 30-inch diameter steel pipeline that will begin at an existing compressor station in Hudspeth County and traverse El Paso County parallel and adjacent to an existing pipeline. The new pipeline will terminate at a point in East Montana near the intersection of Montana and Craig. The upcoming slides will show closer images of the 4 areas represented by these squares beginning at the lower right. This is the area near the Hudspeth County line. The green circles represent where the pipeline will cross the county right-of-way and is proposed to be installed via open cut. The black triangles represent where the pipelines will be bored under the right-of-way, not disturbing the surface. In this case, they will be boring under Black Butte, which is also known as Fabens Cutoff Road. That is a caliche road frequently traveled. Area 2 is where the pipeline will cross the Mountain Shadow Estates subdivisions that have been platted yet undeveloped. In this area, the majority of the right-of-ways crossings will be done open cut. Area 3 is where the pipeline will cross the Horizon City Estates subdivisions. All the right-of-way crossings in this area will be done open cut since they're also undeveloped. In this area, approximately 1.7 miles of the pipeline will cross through the residential development of Homestead Meadow South. The pipeline crossing, the developed roadways in this area will be bored under the roadways without disturbing the pavement. Some of the roads in this area include Montana, Crag, Marvin Lane, Buntline, Desert Meadows, and Mark Jason. TxDOT approval will be required for the bore under Montana. Our department recommends approval to authorize the issuance of the pipeline permit, subject to obtaining road cut permits for each county right-of-way crossing as stated in the pipeline permit, and obtaining a floodplain development permit where crossing a FEMA designated flood zone. This concludes my presentation and will answer any questions that you may have. In addition, a couple of representatives from El Paso Natural Gas are also present that may answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Landeros?
Thank you, Gilbert. Thank you, Judge Commissioners. Jose Landeros, Director of Planning and Development. Just to provide some additional context on the permit here, back in 2017, the Commissioners Court approved and adopted a policy regulating the issuance of pipeline permits because at the time preceding that, there had been a large amount of different interstate and even some international lines that had come through the unincorporated areas of the county. The county attorney's office advised that there was little regulatory authority as compared to municipalities in terms of the location of pipelines within county right-of-way. Following that effort in 2017 and 2018, in July of 18, the Commissioners Court approved a road cut permit. And so here we have a pipeline that's coming in. They will be cutting unimproved dirt roads. Those unimproved dirt roads still are subject to the road cut policies that were adopted and renewed this past budget season. And so the fees we would still collect from that, we have the ability to ensure that they remediate the cuts back to what was there in addition to them actually paying the fee. And so that was the reason why the exhibits that Mr. Saldana presented included open road cuts where you could actually see the pipe being installed in a trench versus boring. We have no authority if the company decides to bore under the right-of-way. They have a right to be within county right-of-way, and we have no right to regulate their boring activity. But if there's an open cut, we do. So the issuance of the pipeline permit today, if approved by the court, would be in accordance with all our policies and is contingent upon them, as Mr. Saldana also mentioned, pulling the proper road cut permits from our department as well.
Jose, when they bore under a street like Montana, how deep under the roadway?
In this particular case, they're going to use a directional boring, and it goes, and it varies, but in this particular case, I think it's going to be down like to 20 feet or so below the surface, and it just basically it goes like a curve, and it pops up, further down the distance.
And I take it doesn't disturb the pavement at all?
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah, come on up. You can. Come on in.
And the horizontal directional
If you could
drill-
state your name just for the record.
I'm Vicki Gibson. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm Vicki Gibson, and I'm the project manager for El Paso Natural Gas. And the horizontal directional drill is about 2,000 feet long, and it'll be approximately 37 feet deep at Montana Avenue. So I didn't know if that made a different 37 feet versus 25. It's deep. But, so, I don't know. I thought that might make a difference to
Did you want to
some.
make a comment, or?
No,
That's
this
it?
was,
I saw you waving, so I thought maybe.
Hello, Your Honor, sorry, I was just trying to get your attention to give you the correct depth.
Oh, well, thank you.
Jeff Heidke, for the record, I manage all the land acquisition for Kinder Morgan.
Well, and thank you for being here. Appreciate taking the time to be here.
Judge,
Yes, sir. Commissioner Robinson.
my concern with the El Paso Natural Gas has to do with the safety, and as far as the proximity of going through a neighborhood, and particularly going through areas where schools are, where a lot of kids are. Could you talk about that, please?
About the FERC?
Okay, so in the Homestead Meadows area, is that where you're talking about?
Any and all.
Okay, well, the other areas are west, and they're undeveloped for the most part. They were platted, but never really anybody built on them. But Homestead Meadows, there's people living in close proximity to the pipelines. We've got 2 existing pipelines, and we're adding a third one, like 30 feet off of the existing line. And the road bores I think they're pretty safe. We'll have silt fences, and we'll keep the excavation only open for one day while people are working, and then it'll be covered when nobody's working. So there's no opportunity for somebody to accidentally fall into the excavation. So, and we'll have traffic control plans that'll be submitted to the planning department for their review and approval, and those will have barricades and other signage required for traffic. Is that what you were asking about?
Well, you speak about short-term, but one short-term, then you got long-term. I'm speaking more about the safety. As far as what safety measures do you have or will you have in regards to once you've installed the pipelines, as far as how safe are they, and what safety measures do you have in place, or will you have in place?
Okay. I'm sorry, I was thinking construction and you were thinking long-term, so I apologize, I wasn't on the same page.
Yeah, both are very important.
So long-term, we do data integrity, we do these pig runs, that we run this piece of equipment through our pipelines, and it can measure if there's corrosion, it can measure if there's some kind of anomaly, a dent or something. So, and we do those on a regular basis, and those give us a warning if there is something happening with the pipe, if there's corrosion, so we can come in and repair it. And we also do SCADA. What do you want to say about SCADA?
Well, it monitors the pipeline.
Oh, yeah,
always,
okay, so
not just when we inspect it.
SCADA is a communication with our controls group, and they always know how much pressure is flowing through the pipeline. We have valves that are located like every 14 miles apart on this project, and they can be remotely controlled, or they can also be controlled with our operations folks have to be located within an hour of a pipeline so that they can respond within an hour and shut the pipeline down if there's any indication that that we need to do that. And like I said, it's constantly monitored.
Do you have emergency notification procedures in regards to notifying the public, particularly those in the immediate area where the disruption may be?
We have relationships with all the first responders. Yeah, we do have relationships with all the first responders.
Well, first responders, I'm talking about the public in general, particularly those who live in that area.
This is not my area of expertise. I'm an engineer, but to the best of my knowledge, we do. I know my operations folks, Javier Soto and Gary Barker, they spend a lot of time with the public, have public awareness meetings, and whenever there's something with the pipeline, and the dig 800 is a big thing. We don't want anybody digging around the pipeline without making one calls. But I know that they have a voice with the public, if that answers your question. And yes, if there was something that happened, like on this horizontal directional drill, we will be getting the public involved, notifying them before we do that drill. And our public affairs group will be notifying them. But is that, I'm not sure I'm answering your question.
Well, you're getting there.
Sorry.
Well, and when you say first responders, I mean, the immediate connection is with OEM, and then OEM makes it out to the public and makes sure that everybody understands, and so they're very close to that.
Yeah.
That process.
And it depends on the situation. I think on the HDD, we will be going door to door on some of the residences that are located close to the HDD to make sure they understand that that's going to be going on, the dates that it's going to be occurring. So.
But great question, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sorry.
Let me ask you another question.
Should have brought
The pipeline, once you install it, what is the longevity?
You know, that's a very good question. I worked in a job in Arizona, and that pipe was installed in the 1930s, and it was in really good shape. The two sister pipelines that this one's going to be paralleled were were built in the 40s and early 50s, they are in excellent condition. We, like I said, we do the pig runs, and so we know about any corrosion that's happening. And we have cathodic protection that runs on through, there's an electric current that runs through the pipeline to keep it from corroding. So those pipes are, like I said, were built in the 40s and 50s, and they're in excellent condition. So they don't have an end life to them.
That's nice to know.
Well.
I mean, maybe 1,000 years.
We do, there are disruptions at times. So there should be some point in time to say, well, these are expected to last X number of years. So, and then at what point in time would you go in and replace those before there is a problem with a disruption?
Right. Well, like I said, we run the cathodic protection and we run the ILI data, so we know what the condition of the pipe is at all times. There are places that the corrosion has been an issue, and we have a schedule on column anomaly digs that we go and replace pipe on a periodic basis. And it's regulated, and so you might, there's different degrees, and there's a time frame that you have to go and replace sections, and so we keep that scheduled. We have a scheduled maintenance for repairing the pipeline. Is that answering your question?
Kind of. Well, how about you do this for me and for us? Would you just let our staff know at a later date? The question I have is for longevity, because I believe that there has to be a longevity, because nothing is built to last forever.
Okay, I will do that. I will say this, sometimes a pipeline is no longer needed. So you're not flowing gas through that pipeline anymore. So the longevity of that pipe is no longer there, and we can abandon it. Sometimes we remove, if it was located like in the middle of a subdivision, we would come in and remove the pipe.
This particular pipeline is constructed.
Can they hear you?
It's being constructed under the jurisdiction of FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and there's also DOT regulations we have to follow. So it's pretty heavily regulated for safety.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Perez?
Do we know, I guess you'd mentioned other pipelines run across this same area that have existed since the 40s. Do we know how many pipelines there are total in this area?
In this 17 miles, there's 3 pipelines. There's a One Oak, and there's a Magellan. What's the other one?
And there's also a water line.
And there's a water line.
And ultimately, the beneficiaries of the gas line is who exactly? It doesn't benefit the residents in the immediate area, correct?
Local distribution companies, like gas, larger industrial customers. Mexico with some of our gas, our natural gas. So it's a variety of users, and we have to allow other. We carry for different companies, so we have to by law.
The pipelines that you were talking about that date back to the 1940s, are those part of Kinder Morgan, or is it?
There are, right.
So natural gas.
We needed more capacity, so we're adding a third. We're adding 17 miles of the 30-inch pipe that Gilbert mentioned.
And roughly how deep is it approximately in the residential areas?
In the residential areas, we're crossing at a 5-foot depth. All the road crossings are a minimum of 5 feet deep, and then the pipeline is 36 inches of cover where there's no roads. And FERC requires 30 inches of cover. So we're putting 6 inches more than what's required.
And when it came to land acquisition, what land needed to be acquired for this property within El Paso County?
We did a variety of acquisition types. We purchased over 150, so we own them now, and we got easements on the rest, which is, basically, as you probably know, just a right to use the property. We don't own it. I think it was close to 300 properties or land rights we acquired.
And how many did you have to purchase, or how many landowners did you have to deal with? For purchase?
Well, we had to deal with about 240 landowners. Some owned multiple parcels, but and it was about half and half, in fee and easement.
Thank you.
Judge Commissioners, so a lot of, just to quickly summarize, in terms of some of the safety and our staff will be involved moving forward, because the Montana Vista area is within the census designated urbanized area. As Mr. Saldana mentioned, they'll be required to follow through as it relates to stormwater mitigation. They'll be required to post a stormwater pollution prevention plan that will be reviewed. The road cuts and the traffic control measures that are involved with that will be reviewed by our staff. And then those are then coordinated with with the 911 center, just to ensure that emergency responders are aware of the detours as it relates to the construction activity here. But in terms of the location, issues like safety, issues like depth of cover, in other words, how deep is the line within the proposed easement, those are easements, unfortunately, that the county does not have any jurisdiction on. So the court does not have the authority to deny the permit based on those issues. Only the criteria that's listed within the pipeline permit, which is just to ensure that there's coordination, minimal disturbance of land, following county rights of ways, all of which have been determined to be adequate. And so with that, again, the staff recommends approval of this issuance of this permit, contingent, of course, upon them pulling the county road cut permits as applicable, as well as coordination with TxDOT on the boring activity to occur along Montana Avenue. And I was just notified that they do already have the permit and concurrence from TxDOT on that Montana Avenue boring. So they'll be filing the appropriate paperwork for all the road cut permits along the areas that are areas primarily 3, 2, and 1, which are the open cut permits.
Which areas in the, I guess, the surrounding area don't have access to natural gas? Because I know, I believe in Homestead Meadows North, right, there's still not access to natural gas.
Right. Homestead Meadows North does not have access to natural gas, as does Square Dance Desert Acceptance Subdivision does not have access to natural gas at this time either. And Square Dance is actually, when you look at this exhibit here that's on your screens, you look at that one single green dot near Ocala Avenue, open cut. Is that?
Yes.
That is a desert acceptance subdivision. So there's a open road cut occurring there in the desert acceptance area.
But it wouldn't provide access to any of the residents.
I would defer to the applicants as to whether or not that line could provide service. It's not proposed at this time, but as to whether or not it could in the future, I would defer to the applicants.
Yeah, that was the question of, would that allow?
Yeah, they can tap it.
Yeah.
So, Judge, so the proper equipment is going to be installed for future access?
Well, the request would have to come from the local distribution company, the local gas company that distributes, the homes and stuff. We're just transmission. So the request would come through them, and we would work with them, to do the tap.
I understand that, but there is no plan in the near future to leave the pipeline with some sort of a access point, so when the request does in fact come in, it's easier to hook up?
No, because we don't know where that would be in particular. I mean,
okay.
We could if some.
If we had an agreement with a local distribution company and they want a certain volume of gas, we can do what is called a hot tap. So the pipeline doesn't have to be taken out of service, and you drill the hot tap, and then you can flow gas to your customer. And oftentimes we'll build a meter station so we can regulate how much gas is flowing to them, and they build their facilities. But you don't have to take the pipeline out of service to do that, to provide for the customer.
And that was my question. Is it accessible after it's in service? But I guess it goes back to what I originally asked. Is the proper equipment going to be installed to allow for that hot tap that you mentioned?
Yeah, the technology allows you to tap a pipeline while it's flowing gas.
That's excellent.
So we don't have to make any special plans or provisions to do that. And like Jeff said, we don't know where the customer might want to tie in and get the gas from.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Very informative.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Pettis.
No.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
No.
Commissioner Robinson.
No.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion fails.
So, Judge, Commissioners, we're deferred to the County Attorney's Office in terms of the authority and the basis for the denial, only to ensure that the denial was based in accordance with the authority the county does have to regulate and review and issue pipeline permits. That would be our request at this point. Perhaps it's an item that could be discussed in executive session for legal advice with the court.
Right now, can we table the item for a minute? You can go ahead and move on with the rest of your items, and then I'll come back to the court to address this and whether or not we can go ahead and take that into executive session for
Thank
further
you, Christina.
discussion.
Thank you.
Item number 20 from purchasing. Approve the purchase of pole cameras for surveillance operations for West Texas HIDA using Department of Information Resources Contract DIR TSO 3686, awarded to Sandoval Custom Creations Incorporated of Larkspur, Colorado, in the amount of $93,361.40. Purchasing approved on November 8, 2019. Funding available in special grant ONDCP 2018 capital outlays.
Deborah Correjo-Troll, County Purchasing Agent. In this case, we're requesting that you authorize us to use the State of Texas contract through the DIR for the surveillance cameras for the HIDA program. In this case, please be aware that the State of Texas does have a vendor management program and that the references are actually kept in their database, and no vendor can hold a contract unless they have above a certain score. So the references for this vendor are excellent.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Pettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 22, approve the award of RFP 19032, Comprehensive Master Plan for the County Public Works and Recreation Department to HAF Associates Incorporated of Austin, Texas. Purchasing approved recommendation on November 6, 2019. Funding is available in General Fund, General Administrative Contract Services General.
Deborah Correjo-Troll, County Purchasing Agent. We have before you the results of an RFP for the Comprehensive Master Plan for the county. Ms. Veronica Myers is here if you have questions about the master plan and the specifics. However, as far as the process goes, based on the specifications that the department provided, there was a very clear winner. You have the scoring and the comments in front of you. And we had an earlier conversation on the RFP process. It was the exact same process.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. I'd like to go back to items pulled from consent. Item 4P, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the access easement agreement for the Fabens Airport between the County of El Paso and the University of Texas System Board of Regents. Funding is available in general funds, EPCMP CAP project land, contract number 2019-0583.
Thanks, Judge. And actually, I'd also meant to pull the previous item, but it's related. You know, regarding this, I know there's been some issues with UT Land and their willingness to actually sell land to El Paso County versus just leasing the property. And considering that the county has made significant investments in the Fabens Airport, for example, I mean, have we at least tried, I know that there's been a reluctance in the past, but have we at least tried to enter into negotiations with them for, you know, the actual purchase of land versus these long-term lease agreements, whether it be for something, you know, for a small project or something larger?
Yes, Judge Commissioners, Jose Landeros, Director of Planning and Development. So we did have those conversations. Actually, what your concerns, Commissioner, are the exact concerns that TxDOT had, because they view it as we are funding a project and we are funding construction, or we're funding investment on a property that is not inherently owned by the agency that we're giving the funds to. And so we did have the conversation with UT Lands. They did in the process of that conversation let us know that they do not sell property. There are two other airports in the state, Reagan County Airport and Winkler County Airport, that also are in the similar circumstance where they lease the entire footprint of the airport from UT Lands. The difficulty there is that there's some oil and mineral deposits located within those properties, and so I think the UT Lands has a little bit of a heartburn from having to renew those leases because there's a fully functioning airport in those areas, but that's not the case here, and this is just barren land that doesn't have any mineral value to UT Lands, and the maximum they would allow us to do is 10 years, and that was enough of a guarantee from TxDOT and in our conversation with them, but they're not willing to sell. And there's, you know, they provide an access easement to the facility, and they provide about 30 acres near the northern approach of the runway. The county footprint is of the airport is 400 acres, so a little less than 10% of the airport is actually on UT lands. The other part is owned by the county at this point.
I mean, if it's a concern expressed by TxDOT, and I mean, you know, given the investments that UTEP has made and the long-term plans that they have along with the county, I mean, is there any possibility you think that there could be a bigger push from UTEP, you know, with the Board of Regents from the UT system to perhaps ease up on these things? I know, you know, I know they've said that they don't sell, but considering what is being planned here is quite unique, and if it's something that TxDOT has raised, I mean, I wonder if that's something that we should explore a little bit. I mean, there still is an El Paso on the UT Board of Regents.
So even the university also has a lease with their own system, and the system would not deed the land over to UTEP. The university also has a similar lease with similar terms to the property immediately north of the area that we are leasing. So even within a university within the system, they still required a lease and did not issue they did not convey the land over directly to them. But of course, if the Transportation Commission and the Board of Regents were to come to an agreement, there could be a land transfer if the to appease some of the concerns that TxDOT had, but that would have to come from the leadership of the Regents and also potentially from the Transportation Commission.
Okay. Well, hopefully it's just something we can continue to explore or just continue to try. If I guess it is a little concerning that the university itself has to lease lands from the UT system.
Right.
But like I said, considering that we still have an El Paso on the UT Board of Regents, and given the long-term vision, I just wanted to see if maybe perhaps that's just something we can explore a little bit more in depth.
And if there's any information that we may provide as you or any member of the court wants to engage in those conversations, we'll be happy to provide a summary of all the investment, all the activity that's happened. I'm sure the university and Dr. Chidori and his program would be willing, and President Wilson would be also willing to provide that information to facilitate that conversation.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent approach. And, have a sort of standing meeting with Heather Wilson, and maybe I could invite, you or someone from the department just to explain, what are some of the concerns we have and things that were expressed by Commissioner Perez or.
And the university is in the same boat we're in terms of, do we make these investments? Do we continue to have these operational investments when we don't own the land outright?
That's a great question, yeah. Thank you, Jose.
So are we just considering item P at the moment?
Correct.
Okay, move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 4Q, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the miscellaneous easement between El Paso County and the Texas General Land Office as it relates to the Tornillo Shared Use Path Project. Funding is available in general funds, EPCMP CAP Project Land Contract Number 2019-0655.
Again, just similar along the same lines, if there were opportunities that seemed more advantageous for us to actually try to enter into negotiations with, I guess in this case, it's the land office, right?
Right.
Yes. If there have been more recent conversations regarding that, or is it a similar situation such as the UT lands?
Jose Landeros, Director of Planning and Development, very similar situation. TxDOT, we are set to begin construction on the Shared Use Path project in Tornillo in January. As we are moving forward and finalizing the documents in preparation for commencement of that project, TxDOT expressed the same concerns as TxDOT Aviation did from the airport. We had a road easement from the General Land Office for the original alignment of O.T. Smith as it connected to I-10. Once the Aguilera International Highway was constructed and the road curved left instead of going straight, that's where some of the shared use path is going to be installed as it connects into the new alignment of Aguilera International Highway. And so we attempted to utilize the existing easement to allow us to begin work, but the General Land Office, or GLO, insisted that we develop a new easement. They thought it was just cleaner and easier. And so it's less than 500 feet of the total 2.5-mile project that is going to be on this General Land Office easement. But similar situation as with UT lands, they are not interested in selling, but are interested in leasing and perpetually renewing that lease to the county at this point.
So was it raised about the potential for purchase versus the?
Yeah, so we had asked, because we were having similar conversations at the same time with UT lands, and they mentioned the same thing, that they were only interested in leasing at this time, but, and then that was just part of what they had done. They have similar lease agreements with the school district south near the new high school. Some of those facilities, to my understanding, are actually constructed on the land easement from the General Land Office as well. But similarly, it might be something that we can engage the land office as in the land commissioner as an entity, as an agency, and any information that we may provide to help move those conversations along, we're happy to do that as well.
Yeah, because out in those areas, they have a considerable amount of land, and if there's ever an opportunity where it's more advantageous for the county to acquire that, maybe that's something we can put either on our legislative agenda or just work with the agency directly, or a combination of both. But I think those are conversations that we need to, I guess, be a little bit more aggressive about, because if like I said, if TxDOT is expressing concerns, I certainly don't want to put any future project in jeopardy because it's not on county-owned land; it's something that's leased.
We are beginning to have conversations. We'll be re-engaging the lobbyist team in terms of the interim work that is to be done now that the legislature is not in session, in terms of the paper plats, the fractionalized lot ownership, and working with the Texas A&M Real Estate Center as well as the GLO. So as part of that conversation, we may want to add this as a standing item, that we may want to explore areas where we can acquire land from the GLO as opposed to utilizing it through a lease agreement.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 23, grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioners Court for final acceptance and approval. Approve and authorize the Community Services Department through its nutrition program to submit a 46th-year funding proposal to the City of El Paso Community Development Block Grant Program for $80,000 to provide nutritious noontime home-delivered meals to at least 34 eligible adults 62 years of age or older, or persons with disabilities. No county cash match required. Contract number 2019-0886.
Hi, good afternoon, County Judge Commissioners, Irene Valenzuela, Community Services Department. This is a biannual request. I come to you every 2 years to request permission to apply for this specific grant fund. It's through the City of El Paso's Community Development Block Grant Program under their Elderly and Disabilities Program. The request is for $80,000. We are requesting the maximum amount that the city will allow us to apply for. The $80,000 is for 2 years. So this is effective, if we're awarded, it's for fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2022. It's $40,000 each year, and it is for serving 34 eligible applicants in our homebound program.
Move to approve.
Second.
Judge, I just have a quick question. The way it reads is if there's somebody out there that's 62 years of age or older and has no disabilities, they're eligible to have these meals delivered?
It's with or without disabilities, as long as they're 62 years of age and older.
Well, and we only have 34?
Just for this program, sir. We have over 1,000 that are part of our homebound meal
Okay,
participation.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Just under this funding source, we're going to pay for 34 of those.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 24, Budget and Finance. Approve and authorize the revisions to the El Paso County's long-term debt plan policy presented by the Budget and Fiscal Policy Department. This item, we will request a motion to delete.
So moved?
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego? Motion carries.
Commissioners, we're going to bring this back to you at a special meeting where we can have a little more discussion. We've discussed it at one previous special meeting, but we want to have another discussion at the special meeting so we can accept more input.
Item number 25, approve and authorize the reallocation of capital funds.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. We recently completed our quarterly meeting with our capital improvement team. From here forward, rather than doing an annual capital sweep, after we finish a quarterly capital review, we're going to bring those items to you to consider for sweeping for items that have been approved or no longer needed. So today's item is a total of 10 line items for just a little over $26,000 that we're asking for your favorable consideration to sweep those projects into the available for future allocation.
Okay. So you're, because everything was completed, there was,
It's a combination of either completed or no longer needed.
This is basically a cleanup, and we're going to start doing this regularly because we meet quarterly and we go through all the projects and we say, okay, this one still has $2,000 left on it. Okay, there's nothing left to done. The project's complete, close it out. We double check and make sure there's no more pending invoices. And then we want to move any remaining funds to the unallocated, so we make sure that we're utilizing all the funding as promptly as possible.
And as I'm looking at the pending list, these are items that have been completed.
So you'll see this quarterly now.
move to approve if there's no further discussion.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 26, Approve Amendment Number 5 to the County of El Paso's 2019 through 2020 operating budget. This budgetary amendment will increase grants by $2,114,424.09, thus increasing the overall budget of $470,685,590.57 to $472,800,014.66.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. The backup for this week's budget amendment was sent to you with last week's highlights. I would ask for your favorable consideration if there are no questions.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
This,
For item, I just wanted to go back, Judge, Commissioners Court. For item number 19, we do ask that this be pulled into executive session. So if the court agrees, the motion would be pursuant to Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, discuss legal rights and responsibilities as it pertains to the approval and authorization of the Planning and Development Department to issue a county pipeline permit for the Kinder Morgan El Paso Natural Gas 17 miles south mainline loop expansion project.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second?
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And if we could put that one as first so that we've got them waiting here when we do go into executive session.
We just need a couple of minutes, Judge, to prepare. I'd ask
Oh,
them maybe if
okay.
we could do it second,
Oh, that's
or
fine.
if that's okay.
Are you going to go, are you going to have a break between now and executive, or you're going to go straight into
Well,
executive?
gentlemen, what?
I could have a break to eat.
Yeah. We'll take a lunch break.
Okay.
That would help. And then we could take it up first as if we're taking a look.
Okay,
Thank you.
and it is 1, so 1:30 would be okay?
Okay, we'll see you back here at 1:30.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioners Court will recess for 30 minutes.
All county offices will be closed on Thursday, November 28th through Friday, November 29th in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. All county offices will reopen on Monday, December 2nd, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048. All county offices will be closed on Thursday, November 28th through Friday, November 29th in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. All county offices will reopen on Monday, December 2nd, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. This now brings us to item number 27, executive session. Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 27A through 27H and item number 19 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, and 551.087. The Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
All county offices will be closed on Thursday, November 28th through Friday, November 29th in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. All county offices will reopen on Monday, December 2nd, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048. All county offices will be closed on Thursday, November 28th through Friday, November 29th in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. All county offices will reopen on Monday, December 2nd, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Could we please have a motion to reconsider item number 19, approve and authorize the Planning and Development Department to issue a county pipeline permit for the Kinder Morgan El Paso Natural Gas 17 Mile South Mainline Loop Expansion Project?
So moved.
Second?
Commissioner Perez?
No.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon? I'm
Aye.
sorry, Commissioner Leon, I
It's
skipped
okay,
you.
it's okay. Aye.
Commissioner Stout. Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. So item number 19, approve and authorize the Planning and Development Department to issue a county pipeline permit for the Kinder Morgan El Paso Natural Gas 17 Miles South Mainline Loop Expansion Project.
Judge Commissioners Alessandros, Director of Planning and Development, happy to answer any questions that you all may have on this item. Again, staff recommendation on this was to approve the issuance of the pipeline permit contingent upon the applicant pulling or applying for all the appropriate road cut permits as authorized under the right-of-way, entry and access permit, and road inspection maintenance fund fee permit policy.
Christina, do we need to amend the initial approval that I had voiced earlier?
No, sir. What the court's action was previously, so you all had moved to approve. There was a second, however, the motion failed. Right now, because the Commissioners Court has decided to reopen the item, you can take a vote as a collective body again on this particular item. The motion did fail the first time around, but it doesn't prevent you from reconsidering and taking another vote, if you will.
Okay, having heard that, I make the same motion as I did earlier.
Which was
To
motion
approve.
to approve?
To
Okay.
approve.
Second?
Commissioner Perez?
No.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
And I just wanted to comment that I voted no the first time around because philosophically I have a lot of issues with pipelines, especially those that are just passing through our community and don't provide any benefit to our community. There are transmission pipelines that don't benefit our community, and I also have a lot of concerns with environmental impacts and possible public safety impacts that come with pipelines that we've seen a number of times in other parts of the country. And I don't think that we should just be subjecting folks that live in our communities to these dangers. And so I voted no. However, we were advised that this is more of a ministerial duty that we have to comply with as a Commissioners Court. And if we do not, we can open ourselves up to litigation that could cost the county money that we may not want to spend or that we may not want to lose. And so I'm going to go ahead and vote yes because of that, but with the caveat that I think that we need to ask our staff to look at including this in our legislative agenda as part of our kind of our values document, as part of our values within that document, that we as a court are worried about pipelines and the possible impacts that they can have, and that we think that the decision should ultimately be up to the Commissioners Court, not to a public utility or the state. So
Thank you,
I'll vote
Commissioner.
aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
My concerns are similar to Commissioner Stout's as far as the environmental and the safety aspects of it, but vote yes.
And Judge Samaniego?
And just to add, I think if there was a better partnership to see if you would facilitate, other than the safety concerns, but facilitate more possibilities of distribution to the counties, to the residents in those counties, that there's some partnership that enhances that opportunity to have that distribution. Vote aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience and time. Appreciate it.
I'd like to go ahead and go to item number 29. Discuss and take appropriate action in pending matters related to the El Paso County's litigation regarding the opioid epidemic. County Attorney's File Number 0244-17-PL.
Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. Based on the discussions that were had in executive session, it is my understanding, if it's the court's will, that the following motion be made. Would be a motion for El Paso County to opt out of the federal opioid litigation, specifically in the case titled In Re National Prescription Opioid Litigation, and also to further approve and authorize the county judge to sign the exclusion request form to formalize opting out of that litigation. And that would be your motion.
So move.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Commissioners Court will now recess back into executive session to discuss items 27A through 27H pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, and 551.087. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
All county offices will be closed on Thursday, November 28th through Friday, November 29th in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. All county offices will reopen on Monday, December 2nd, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048. All county offices will be closed on Thursday, November 28th through Friday, November 29th in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. All county offices will reopen on Monday, December 2nd, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048. All county offices will be closed on Thursday, November 28th through Friday, November 29th in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. All county offices will reopen on Monday, December 2nd, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 28, discuss and take appropriate action on the El Paso County EHN Board of Trustees appointments for the term beginning January 1st, 2020.
We'd ask the Commissioners Court to approve the appointment of Joyce Wilson and Dr. Peter Thompson contingent upon their completion of their required trainings.
And just to clarify the motion and in the record, it would be for a term beginning January the 1st, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. This completes all the items on today's agenda,
You're
Judge.
going to delete item G, or did you already do that?
No, we need to delete it.
Oh.
Yeah, just-
I apologize. Item 27G from executive session, discuss the pending claim submitted by Heather L. Robinson, County Attorney's File Number 0233-19-LC pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. We ask for a motion to delete this item.
So moved. Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
And this completes all the items on today's agenda, Judge.
Jessica, thank you.
Thank you. This completes today's meeting at 4:28 PM.